Dudes, what's up? Is it that one? I don't think so. I don't think so. Connected.
Tint stuff is now live.
Oh my god.
Streaming just chatting. Subaru WRX 20% carbon window tint.
That gets so loud. All right, so we got a Subaru WRX, as the robot said. Yeah, we're doing 20 on all the sides and the rear. And that's going to be in C2 carbon, and we'll get set up and get going in just a minute. Good, good. All right, cool. Yep, let's get set up. Except this is, I can almost guarantee you this is broken. Kivo, what's up? I gotta do my 2 front windows on a CX-50. Honestly, not really. Pop the bottom seal if you can. Because Mazdas, I hardly ever see Mazdas. Again, they're one of those brands that kind of escapes me. But if it tapers too much down in the front, it makes it really hard to two-stage. So you'd be better off popping out the bottom seal if you can. And then it'll make that door a lot easier. Basically the same thing that I did on that Lexus video. KP. What's good? A lot, actually. It's a very nice day. Things seem to be working. So we're going to scooch this over here. I even got logged into TikTok. So we're going to get that one going too. Thank you. We'll definitely bottom load. Is it possible to buy glass aid tape in Europe? You can order it internationally through Sun Distributing. There. Oh, man. I love that software. I just linked their site in chat. So they have international shipping. I don't do that right now because it's a giant pain. It's like, it's annoying that it's such a pain, but it is a pain. No, not that one, this one. Hey, it's me, look at that. I look grumpy. I'm tired this morning. I gotta wake up. I was seeing if there's any interesting posts. Oh, damn. How'd you guys like to do this one? There's like... Ooh. That is not going to be a fun one. Video. It's nice work on that one. Oh, show the inside of the car. Or the edges. Everybody likes the edges. Damn. That is a... Let's see. I don't know. He didn't say. But I think you're right. Oh, there it is. Mm-hmm. Damn. That's... There's just a lot in the way with that one, too. Not even just on the inside. On the outside. Hang on, I want to see this interior again. Nice, nice, nice. This is one of those ones that I would like 100% not go live on. These pillars look like they get in the way. The dash is mostly painted, so that's kind of nice, and it doesn't get in the way too much. But between like the seats and all this, the rest of the interior, yikes. That's not fun. Same thing for the outside. Look at how far. So you're standing over here, and you got to try and reach all the way to like this center. Oh, and they got like one giant ass wiper over the whole thing. Hopefully that gets out of your way. Yikes. Is it a suede leather? Dude, it's whatever it is, it's probably very expensive. Yeah, it very well could be. So like getting drips anywhere could be a huge problem on something like this. At least it's not vertical doors. It's looking on the bright side. Yep. That's true. This would be like infinitely more annoying if it was vertical doors. I didn't realize like how much is just painted surfaces. Look at that. That's all painted. And there's like a leather strap to close it. I'm sure that's to keep weight down. Because yeah, this isn't your daily driver. Bucket seats. What did he say about this? Kicked my ass last. I can respect that so much. I love that. You can't move inside the car. The side windows are different sizes. No kidding. Double cut on the passenger side and the driver's side was almost 2 fingers bigger, but at the end, I feel good how it came out. Wow. I wouldn't have expected one door to be longer than the other. That's crazy. Oh, they sent me these. They were very good. Oh. Those just pop out? Oh, I thought there was more to it. And that comes back a little bit. That's cool to know. I never really looked up a removal video of the seals or the panels. I have no crumble cookie near me, but I'd get them. I regret eating them, I'll tell you that much. But just because, like, oh, the sheer amount of sugar. They were good, though. No panels, necessities, all engine. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Subaru that we're gonna do. Yeah, it's red. Same color as my WRX, but my WRX is nicer. That's a cool display. I like that. Anybody have some pictures for reference? No, I don't. Why do I feel flat glass is more work than auto? Oh, that's an interesting comment, actually. I feel the opposite, but I don't do flat glass. Pays a lot more. I've tried it a few times, same conclusion. I just stick to cars. Do 3 full ceramic tints a day, make the same money, it's easier. I guess it just depends on the job that you do, huh? Look at all that glass. It's more labor intensive. You know what's more labor intensive? Planting a sprinkler head into the ground. Jesus Christ. That should have been easy. We were out there, 3 people, for like 30 minutes digging out a sprinkler head. Unless you do small ground level windows, seems like a lot of equipment for flat glass. Mm-hmm, yep. Yeah, that would be like the biggest pain, is having to haul around a scaffolding set. And then like a water tank. It's just like, that's fair. Because I felt like that a lot with automotive. So carrying around all your setups from like one bay to another bay, I guess that's kind of what flat glass would be like. It's like you're constantly moving all your stuff around. Yikes, what happened here?
And it keeps. Am I new to the group? Me and my window tint partner have been practicing, and we are using Lexan, and we got premium ceramic from there. And when we are shrinking windshields, I don't know why, everything is like tacked down on the sides, one in the center, down the sides, and I keep getting burn marks, or my tint keeps burning really easily. And then it also keeps lifting, letting in too much air, and it keeps fucking us over, mind my language.
We're
really trying to get windshields down. If we can get any
instead.
windshield tips, shrinking tips, or if you've used Lexan in the past, if you can give us any tips, please and thank you, guys.
Lexan is the biggest hang up here. I spelled it wrong. All right, we're going to get started here. They're doing a good job marketing. Yeah, no kidding. Oh, for high tech? Have you had a chance to use high tech? No, they haven't sent anything out. I don't think they plan on sending anything out. I still talk to like the people over there, so I just haven't asked for it. I've been getting enough of those questions that I might actually have to just like pull it out of a box and make a video with my 2 cents on it. But it's essentially like it's going to be good. I guess you don't know until you know. But so much of window film is really just branding. There genuinely are differences between different films and different companies. That's why it's always healthy to get different stuff, try it out, see how you like it. But both high-tech and Geo are largely going to be pretty similar. Just I know a lot about the companies. So there's not going to be a huge difference. It really is going to be down to which branding, which company that you like. So it's hard to kind of make a video with that being what is going to be like the main outcome of it. Like there's not going to be any big differentiators. The way for me to try it is going to be getting like every line and literally living with it for probably a couple months. Just picking it up out of the box and like giving a sample impression, I don't think really does it much justice. In my opinion, high-tech is copying Geo. I agree with that to a point. I think some of the naming is definitely like eerily similar. But it's hard in this space to be completely like original too. So from one company to the next, it's just going to be difficult to do stuff and be super original. So I think the naming thing is probably going to be the most similar. Other than that, they have their own colors, they have their own boxes. They're doing a lot of stuff in the group because honestly, that's where like their community is, and that's what the group is there for. He actually sent me a message yesterday. And he was like, "Hey, I hope you don't mind all the high-tech stuff in the Facebook group." And it's like, bro, it's my Facebook group, but it's not a Geo group. It's just a community tint group. So I can't sway what people like and what people don't like. So if people like it, they're going to talk about it. That's just how things work. When you do good by the people in the community, it shows. So if anything, it's really cool to see. All right. I think I got to do... All right. We good? Let's do it. Cool. All right, I got to work now. So we got a Subaru WRX. We're going to be doing all of the sides and the rear on this one. No windshield, but these front quarters are going to be the least amount of fun, as they always are. So if this only had roll downs and no quarters, I would be a happy camper because the rest of this is simple. How come you don't use your plotter? I don't use it a super ton because I know I can get a better cut from hand cutting. But that being said, that's on most like frameless doors. Plotters are really good wherever it's tedious to cut. So back windows, quarter windows. I'm going to fire it up for the quarter windows. So hang tight for that one. Those are fun to do. We'll do the quarters. They're not super fun. Like, they're not that bad. They give you like a decent amount of gasket space right here, and then you can slide it up into place here. But I just hate that there's 4 of them, and gaskets are annoying. Do you still have to round the quarters? The plotter does all that for you. So basically, anything that's tedious to cut is what a plotter's going to do for you. Yeah, plotter does it all unless it messes up the cut. And it'll be pretty obvious if it does mess up the cut. Yep, this is a 2016. You nailed it. So with a plotter, you still have to shrink the film. Did you have your new door protectors come in? Cool. We're about to use them. I appreciate the overall response on them so far. It's been cool to see. Of all the things, you know, we do window films. How long is a roll? A roll is 100 feet. It's like a large roll of cling wrap, but cheaper. Yeah, it's this isn't even a completely new idea or product by any means. Like, these rolls have been around in like the painting industry for a long time. The problem is they're all made with masking tape. So, and like, we've been on this journey for so long with things sticking to seals and stuff. It's like there's like no tapes that do it. So Seal Guard is like, house wrap tapes were the solution for a while. Yeah, that's the big difference right there. It's like, it's just a tape that actually sticks to panels. So there's already like a few small changes I'm gonna make to hopefully make these better on the next go. But I'm been pretty happy with how convenient and everything that they are already. Namely, like, I've run into a handful of door panels so far that, like, even this stuff, we're gonna bump up the strength of the adhesive, and we're gonna make the tape a little bit taller to give it a little bit more surface area for sticking. But yeah, it's that simple. What, tape and drape? I like that, tape and drape. So this is the Seal Guard tape. And then we took that same tape that I've been using for the side seals, and we put that on the plastic rolls. So the side tape is called Seal Guard, and then right now we're just calling it door panel guard, which is kind of lame, but hey, it's probably what most people are gonna say. Like door panel covers, door panel protectors. Just kind of keep it in line with everything. Just door guard. Yeah. The only question is how many other products out there are named door guard that have to do with like something completely different. So I don't want it to. Yeah, it depends on what other products are out there. So, oh, I rolled them down. I guess we can turn on the key and roll them back up. Uh-oh. We got the radio on. No! Shut up. YouTube take down video. I noted your tape method. Didn't realize I was watching the same guy from YouTube. Your videos are great. Thank you. What do you do for the seals? They're super hard to remove. I generally don't remove most seals. Does it? At least you got the WRX with a manual. Yeah. Yep, it's a manual. Yep, he's got dual exhausts on it. This one looks better than the other one. Are there any cars that you absolutely have to remove seals for? Yeah, there's a handful. I posted a video on the channel not long ago with a Lexus. I actually made a TikTok. So it was like a Lexus IS or ES. That whole series. They're just a pain if you don't pull the seals, because the window, like you see how this goes down and you got a nice flat edge. So some of them go like down this far, so you only have this much space on the front edge, and they put a speaker in the way. So it just makes sense to pull the panel, get the obstacles out of the way. That's really the way to look at it. Anytime that you have extreme obstacles in the way, it's just going to make it easier to remove the seals or the panels. But I really don't have to do it very often. I learned how to tint this way, and it's just my preferred way of doing it. But however you do it is all good. How do you not get fold marks? It just depends on the door. Sometimes there are small ones, and then you heat up those points. You press all the air out, and then no problems. So you just fix it in touch-ups. That's all. Where can you get the door covers? 313tint.com. GeoShield has them now in stock. Sun Distributing has them in stock. Tint Depot has them in stock too. They might not be up on their sites yet, but we sent it out to them last week or earlier this week. I don't know. But they should be getting them soon. But for now, they're definitely in stock, 313tint.com. I like playing around with the options for this too for now. Figure out different ways that make it convenient. It's really easy and simple to unroll, so that's nice. Another thing was the roll size still fit where I had the carpet shield, and so I can put like 5 rolls up here and just pull them down and cut them off that way too. Right? So that's kind of cool. Nice. So yeah, no more carpet shield. Carpet shield's dead. It went up to like $50 and I was done with it. Fuck that. We didn't quite make it on that one. Wonder if we can flip it and use the other side. There we go. What price was carpet shield before it jumped? If you bought like 4, excuse me. If you bought 3 or 4 rolls together, it was like $32 or $33 per roll. That was 24 inches long, and it was 24 inches tall, 200 feet long. So by comparison, this stuff is $10 a roll over 100 feet. So it's like way more economical than it carpet shield ever was, and it's smaller. That just had like one of the better adhesives. I got a carpet shield at a good price for $28. Nice. That was always supposed, like, from day one. That was always supposed to be a temporary solution. And, like, fast forward, like, what, 3 years of using it? So, glad to be done with it. It wasn't even a good mobile solution. Like, that was the big problem, too, was carting it around mobile. It's like taking around a film roll, and you really need, like, a good surface to pull it on. Because otherwise, it just, like, folds in on itself, and then you just throw it in the trash. It's annoying. All right, so this is 35. Let's put this back. That's yesterday's car. So now we need today's car. Is that Audi next? That one, that one Jack is doing. It's for family member of his. He's got to redo one of the doors. Yes, exactly. Practice, practice. How's it going over there?
Having some trouble, but hopefully this is my last pattern I have to cut.
Good deal. Would you ever consider installing PPF? I've done PPF before. I'm not getting back into it. I just have too many other things. It's really between video and tinting. But if I had a lot of extra free time and I wasn't pulling a lot of window tint work, then I would probably look into doing either vinyl or PPF. Like, there's actually a huge category. I saw a lot of PPF with higher end detailing. Those two businesses go hand in hand. So you go through like paint correction, meticulously clean it up, and then those customers then want to do PPF on top of it. Yeah, nowadays, it used to be just PPF. Now there's like, they want paint corrections and stuff like that ahead of time. That wasn't even talked about. So whenever we got a new car, most I had to do was spray it off, clay any bugs, and as long as it had under like 1,000 miles, it was generally like in decent shape. But people would get them like right from the dealer, bring them straight over. And honestly, like light scratches and stuff, the PPF covers it up. It's just like divot imperfections and chips and stuff like that. Obviously, that's gonna show. But like real light, like swirl scratches and stuff like that, you aren't gonna see those with PPF. Any PPF and detailer will probably tell you like the most proper way to do it is like decon the surface, do a full paint correction, and then put PPF on top of it. Because like protecting something that's perfect is kind of the idea. But when we were doing PPF, I mean, nobody was like ceramic coatings, paint protection, or ceramic coatings, paint corrections and all that, it wasn't as talked about. It just wasn't. So you could really just put it right over. Is it going to be the most perfect it could be? No. But are you going to have, like, if you think your paint looks fine now, then putting PPF over it would be fine. Right clay bar will scratch. Anything will scratch. Yeah. You're going to be posting this video? Yeah, you'll see the live stream video afterwards. What's the best type of carbon tint to use? Anything from a good company. Don't budget shop with carbon and ceramic films. That's my best advice. And the thing is, most companies are pretty competitive. So it's not like you're just overpaying for anybody's carbon film. Everybody is like pretty conscious of what everybody else's pricing is. And they're definitely not all the same. But I wouldn't just get a price sheet from a company and judge it based on price. The biggest thing with carbon and ceramic is always going to be clarity. So you'll get it, you'll pull it out of the box, it'll look nice. You'll install it, it'll look nice. You pull it out into the sun, and if it's not, a very refined carbon that's in there, like it's got to be very small particles in there. Otherwise, it's going to look hazy. So what that means is you pull it out in the sun, your film basically looks like milk. That's the biggest hang up with most of it. There's a little that has to do with installation. Low angle haze, yep. Milky haze. So with like with any dyed film, you're not going to see that at all. Dyed film is the clearest film that you can buy because there's just nothing in the film other than polyester and dye. So as long as those are even decent quality, it would be great. What do you think about high tech? They did come out of nowhere, kind of. I know a lot more history on that company. So there's a big distributor that owns Tint Depot. And Tint Depot, their high-tech line is them basically rebranding Tint Depot to be a lot more professional. Now, the thing is, Tint Depot sounds like you just went to Home Depot. So there's always been this like, mugh. If you go back to a lot of my older live stream videos, I said that a lot. I think they would debate me on this too, but I always said they needed a professional brand. No shop wants to bring in Tint Depot, and when their customers ask, they're gonna be a little embarrassed to say, oh, I use Tint Depot films. It just doesn't sound right. So if you want something that's gonna compete a little bit harder, you gotta go with a better sounding brand. So then they came out with their high-tech brand. Good films, still like the stuff that was, it was like backwards selling. Does he have a video on how he just did the double cut? This is the video. Yeah, there are double cut videos. But essentially, look at a single cut video, and I'll show you the extra step. And we'll do that right on here. So, you can do this with a short roll. You can do this with a long roll. It doesn't matter. The only difference is we're going to flip it to the other side. So this is probably the less safe way of doing this, but this is the way that it stays a little more efficient for me. So right now the tint side is facing the glass. The clear liner side is facing me. So if I were to just peel this, I'd install it right off of this door right here. You could make it a little bit safer by flipping the pattern to be opposite, so then the liner side is facing the window, and then when we take this other piece and flip it up, the liner side is also going to be facing me. But I do this just for convenience. So essentially, put a piece of film on the glass, flip your pattern opposite, so now you're just cutting out mirrored patterns. So now the liner side is facing me. What's a little sketchy about that is if I do something that creates a little scratch in the film, I'm going to have to replace that pattern. But I like doing it this way for convenience. So if you do short rolls, or you can match up the flat edges, then you really don't have to cut the bottom edge together. But you are cutting two pieces of film together, so the most awkward part is just getting used to the thickness of it. I don't recommend cutting the film by the paint. Yeah, there's a couple of different ways that you could do it. There's a lot of guys that don't have a shop or shelves, so you just do it right on the car. So this is with a 36-inch roll. I can just split it in half, and you have 18 and 18 essentially. That'll cover most of your sedan doors. And then cutting your pattern is exactly the same as single cutting. You just tacked two pieces of film together. When you tack the two together, now they're one pattern. So you cut out the one pattern, and then we'll split it apart, and we'll have two. This is going to be like the single best thing that you can do if you hand cut versus plotters. This is something I always forget. This is why I say getting a plotter, doing one car, a plotter's not going to save you a ton of time if you're just decently proficient. See, you do all that, and then got a good amount of wiggle there. And then you just round your corners, and then we'll separate it. Sometimes I use a Sharpie. Sharpie's great. Sharpie's really efficient. I would use a Sharpie way more if I was newer to this. I've thought about this a little bit more lately. There's probably a slightly different way that I can tint that'll make things easier to learn for just the average person. But I think some of those things are going to be a little bit slower, and they're just, you know, it's one of those like old man things. When you've been tinting a certain way for a long time, there's a lot of things that like just come naturally to you that way. So you can definitely tint a number of different ways. Sharpies are great. I thought they were silly at first, and then I tried it out, and yeah, Sharpie's cool because you can mark your flat edge, mark your sides, roll the window down, cut your top edge, take it, trim the rest on a glass board, and you're done. I'd say the biggest hang up is if you don't have a glass board, but I figured out an alternative to that. Scissors. You could use a pair of scissors. You know, we like using our red dot knives for everything, but you could definitely use a pair of scissors. I made a video on that too. And give you that tip, that'll make it so much better. You are welcome. Do you ever finish the back window on the Model 3? No, not yet. I haven't been thinking about that car at all. What's cool about that car, too, is I thought it would be wildly weird to not have the back window tinted. It doesn't bug me at all right now because the roof is already tinted and it tapers down. So, like, there's a small section that's not, but it's not, like, super stand out. I don't know. It just doesn't bother me right now. I thought it would, but it doesn't. So we will definitely do the back window. I just need a little more time. So I've got appointments this week, early next week, and then I've got class for 3 days. So it's probably going to be another like week and a half or so before we come back and do the roof. But we are going to be working on it on the class too. So, hey. One of those cutting boards with a swing knife would be amazing. What's a swing knife? I've never heard of that. You can get some good sharp carbon scissors from like US Cutter, super sharp. Ooh, that's a good tip. Because I've never gone scissor shopping before. I like, you know, just grocery store scissors. And they're okay. But yeah, for scissors, essentially what you would do is after you mark the sides with a Sharpie, your sides are for the most part straight. So it's just go up one, go up the other side, and then That's basically it. If you needed to cut your bottom, that's easy too. All those get tucked into the side and bottom, so you don't have to be like perfect. Ooh, or those like letter opener things. I forget about those too. God, I need to find a good letter opener. You guys like they use different types of like letter opener type of things for cutting off bulk rolls of like vinyl, sometimes window tint. But you could keep one in your tool belt and then you could do that same thing. That'd be handy. So there's definitely two sides to this. I tint the same way a lot because if I'm out in the field and I need to get a bunch of cars done, this is the way that I'm doing it. But this isn't going to be the easiest way to do it. And thinking back on other things that we could do to make it a little bit easier to just cut your patterns faster, like faster earlier on, it just like lessens the learning curve. Some interesting ideas for sure. Shit, now I want to go get letter openers. Maybe I should order those. I can find some on Amazon in time. Throw those in everybody's tool belt for the class and then see how they do with it. But I don't want to confuse people either. I don't know how long they'd last. I don't know how long it takes for them to dull out. It's meant for cutting paper. One of those swing boards. Oh, okay, that's cool. Thoughts on solar guard? So you shrink after. Yeah, for door windows, we shrink after the fact. Cut out your patterns, then shrink the door, and then install. Solar guard, they have good films. They're just thinner. Unless you're using like their Galaxy line. They're like the industry oddball with that, and I don't know why that's the case. But big company, they're owned by Saint-Gobain, which is a giant glass manufacturer. They make Tesla glass, amongst a lot of other stuff. So, yeah, good company, good films. Definitely more pricey. And the just weird thing to note is that if you're using Solar Guard, like a lot of their films are 1 mil, and everybody else uses like 1.5 mil for the majority of their film lines. Don't know why that is, but they just are. They are pricey. So a comparable like GeoShield versus Solar Guard roll was like easily another $100, $150 more. Probably 100. Maybe like 120. The glass shop that I tinted for wanted us to bring in Solar Guard because that's what that shop was using beforehand. And he always liked Solar Guard. And then we priced them out and we were doing wholesale and he was selling jobs for like $250, $300, which wasn't bad. But when you bring another company in, all of a sudden like your margin really dries up at that price. But he was pretty insistent on it. And we were pretty insistent too. So we used other stuff. It's like if you want to raise your prices more, then there's money to do it. But otherwise, like, unfortunately, there isn't. But that was like wholesale pricing. Just a different game. Ew. All right. Aha, yep, see? Solar Guard NR Galaxy. Yep, the Galaxy line. That's the only one I know. Solar Guard makes that 1.5. Like most other things that they sell is 1. It's really weird. Does it have old glue residue? No, just some schmutz in the corner. Rubber seal kind of deteriorating. I'm new to tint. I was recommended NR charcoal. Through what company? NR charcoal basically means just non-reflective dyed. A high quality one, like we installed essentially what Geo's NR charcoal would be, and that's Pro Classic. So no, not disappointing at all. It's just gonna be the most basic, but basic in the tinting world just means like, oh, it's a nice tinted window. That's what a lot of people let me look. I bought it on Tint Depot. Oh, so it's going to be Tint Depot. Makes sense. Yep, you'll be good. And especially in the beginning, you don't have to shell out a lot of money to get good films. You just don't. A big part of it is going to be practicing. So they're their own brand. I thought they were reselling. See, this is where it gets confusing. This goes back to like the little conversation we were having earlier today. A distributor owns Tint Depot. Tint Depot also is like high tech. High tech is their professional facing brand. So the films that they're selling on Tint Depot are going to be Tint Depot branded films, but they're actually bigger company distributor films under Tint Depot branding. That's because of distributor restrictions. So there's some old school business at play here. Imagine there's a brand and people like that brand and you want to be a distributor for that brand. That's cool because you don't have to do any type of marketing. That company handles the marketing, you do distributing for them, and what they would do is you would have a territory for distributing. But that company falls asleep at the wheel, the one that has the film brand falls asleep at the wheel with their branding, and then people start leaving that brand. Well, all of a sudden you, as a distributor, built up a nice business, and your customers are leaving, and it's completely out of your control. So there's a lot of good, and there's a lot of bad. So what do? You start figuring out other ways to continue to sell that film outside of your set territory. It's the best business decision that you can make. And on top of that, you then take basically, like Tint Depot is supposed to be like just a general retail store. And then they came out with high tech recently, and that is their more professionally branded version of that, because most shops don't want to say that they use Tint Depot films. It's not that they're bad films, it just sounds like were bought at a local hardware store, that's all. So yeah, high tech kind of came up out of nowhere in a sense, but there is a lot of like background there with the company, and they've just been putting a ton of effort into building that brand and community and stuff. So a lot of people are liking it, a lot of people are talking about it, a lot of people are asking me to do a comparison. Maybe I will. Maybe I won't. In the meantime, I'm going to have a sip of coffee. Has anybody heard of Global Films? Mm-hmm. Global may or may not be that company that fell asleep at the wheel. Is there anything better than ceramic tint? Yes. 2 layers of ceramic in 1 tint. And that would be GeoShield Apex. They took 2 layers of ceramic. I'd rather see a comparison between Pro Nano versus Apex. That would be a pretty decent comparison. So what do you recommend as a fairly new tinter? So if you've practiced some and you're like, you know, you can tint some cars, then you're more than okay to use like a decent film and you're not really going to waste too much money. You'll always make mistakes. That's just how this business works. I mean, I'm using Geo C2 on this one. I use Geo across the board, so I'm more than happy with them. If I wanted something with a little bit more cushion to it as far as pricing goes, you can shop Tint Depot, High Tech, Sun Distributing. They all have good films. And then another thing that you can do is buy half rolls. Let's see what I gotta do. I gotta move this over. You can buy half rolls instead of full 100-foot rolls, and then you can build up a little bit more inventory and have options available without spending too much money. Do you have to be certified to buy Geo? Nope. Nope, there really are no certifications outside money. There just really aren't. All right, so now we're gonna go to, we gotta do some alphabet here. Subaru, WRX, 15 to 21. Oh wow, they had this body style for a long time. See, I don't follow Subaru as closely. I get them occasionally, not enough to know all the differences between them. So let's see, we can do those. And honestly, we're gonna do, uh-oh, it's dead.
I know, I was trying to start it too, so it wouldn't die.
No, you gotta jump it. Pop the hood. Okay, so what are we doing? 36, and then we're gonna cut this. Should be all set. Jumpers over here. All right, so we're gonna cut out a couple chances. So whenever you have tedious quarter windows, or anything that's tedious to cut out, that's where a plotter is definitely going to help out more than not. Yeah, it would be smart to... He's doing the passenger side. So the reason why it was lower was spent a while last week doing the front two doors. And then so the battery went dead, and now it's back in for a fix on one. He's learning all the fun of being a tinter today. Plotter ruined a roll of film. Are the rollers too tight? It's usually just your cut settings. I doubt it was all in one go. There we go. Let's cross our fingers and hope these fit. All right, so this one is gonna go right here. So we'll see. I'm pretty sure the last thing that I had to cut out was a Subaru. I just don't remember. Tint sticking to itself. Yeah, catch baskets. This is a bad catch basket design. It should drape lower. So honestly, if you want to avoid the whole catch basket thing for the most part, just unhook this and leave the catch basket on the ground so you don't even have to deal with it. Catch baskets, even on Graphtex and stuff, they're just annoying. They should be bigger. What type of tint are you applying now? We're using GeoShield C2 Carbon. Rolls shouldn't be so close behind the feed area too. Yeah, so on this one, that's actually a good distinction between the Workhorse 1 and the Workhorse 2. The Workhorse 2, the rollers are not as far set back.
When you get a minute, can you double check this so I don't explode?
Yes. We don't want you to explode. Yeah, that should be good. And then we figured out that it was back here. Is it on already?
Yeah. I mean, it takes minutes for it to like...
Yeah. No, you're okay. It's just double check this so it doesn't explode. Is it on? Yes. Oh, okay. So it... It would, if it was going to, it probably would have. Yeah.
Should I try to start it now?
No, I'd just leave it on the battery charger because you don't need to start it. You just need the key on. So you leave this running, and then you do your thing.
Okay.
What do we need? I want one of these this time. I always touch the cables together to see if it's on. Yeah, right? I always lick them just to see. Where are you? Sterling Heights, Michigan. Tint my windshield 20%? No, I only go as dark as 35. Film trainer with the 5. Mr. LA Fitness, how you doing? Doing some more film training? You want to come up here and teach my class for me? And then I can take a vacation? the negative on a ground. Yeah. And then lick the positive. I swear. Unfortunately, like, one of the best ways for me to do this is to just rinse it out. Because ain't nobody ever cleaned up in there. Ain't nobody. Is it good as the window rolling up and down? Okay. All right, good. Call that the fire hose method. Yeah. That's why we cover things. Alrighty. Let's see how much higher I need to go, because I bet you I'm short. No, I'm not. Hell yeah. That's good. All right, baby Squeegee, come on. You have all the room in the world to use a turbo on this, too. I like how the soft squishiness of this blade, along with the firm handle behind it, man, I just like this one. This is just a well-made squeegee. That's a baby. It's called the baby squeegee. No, it's not. I'm renaming it for them. It's called the Quarter Pro. I just call it the baby squeegee, because it's a little baby squeegee. Sweet. We got that one. And it looks good. Tactical stealth squeegee. What makes a squeegee stealth? Ooh. These are old rubber seals too, man. They're not even felt. People are like, you don't have to tape seals that aren't felt. Fuck that, man. So there's like rubber seals that start to deteriorate over time. Do you absolutely have to? No. But is it helpful? Hell yeah. Where are you? I'm at my shop. What install method do you use? Bottom load, two-stage, and why? I learned how to do two-staging. Taking apart doors wasn't really a thing in my area. So this is just how I thought tinting was. And since I was one of the first tinters to start posting anything on YouTube, I couldn't go to YouTube for reference because I was the reference. Yeah. Tape, door panel covers, there's a lot of preventative stuff. You can, like, door panels are not going to get hurt with a little bit of water sprayed on them. There are ones with stitching that can swell. So those definitely cover. Other than that, you know, when it's a carpet-covered one, water will soak into it. So when a customer gets into it, it's just kind of annoying because they touch it and it's like, why is this soaked in water? It leaves a really bad impression. Most door panels like this, though, they're soft touch, they're easy to wipe down, they dry quickly. The biggest problem, though, is when I have a bunch of people watching and you're spraying water on it, they don't like it. So when you're doing things behind closed doors, you could leave them uncovered and for the most part be completely fine. But always make sure your switches are at least covered, because if you have to tint a window more than once or twice, water will funnel down and it likes to go towards a switch, and that's the first point that's going to get shorted. Now, the tape for the side seals, if you're newer, you struggle a lot with sliding the film into the sides. So the more you struggle, the more dirt will get sucked back into your job, even though you cleaned it. That's just how it works. So when you tape it, you know, it's just like painting a house, and you want to get a nice straight line, so you mask an edge. If you look at it like a super pro painter, he can cut a straight line without having to tape anything. So this is just an extra thing that can help you. Should go back to like making a video of what I used to do versus what I do now. Sorry, I pulled my pattern. You gotta roll up your window, bud. I don't know what you're doing. Hang on. He's gonna need a bailout here, I think. You guys want to go help Jack out? Let's get this one situated, and then we'll go over there. How come I was taught to put the bottom of the pattern in first, but you do the reverse? Probably because you pull the seals and do the bottom loading method. And that's a good method. It works. It works great. I was taught to do the exact opposite. Leave the seals in, but taking the seals out was never like a question. Those are just the two most popular ways to install film. What's the green tool? This guy? That's the shank. This one is the Tri-Edge X. Shank. Got that 93 F350 done and told my manager to never schedule something like that again. I'm laughing because he's 100% going to schedule it again. That's what shops do. You getting it?
I'm scared to death that my pattern's like too big.
And this goes in there. And then you pick up your center just a little bit. It's a little farther down. This is a tight seal, but it's not crazy.
I was worried about this edge.
Mm-hmm.
I thought this edge was gonna be too long that way.
No, if anything, you just have a decent amount to tuck down here. So that's going to make it a little bit more challenging. Keep it a little slimmer. Everything's going to be a little bit easier. Let all that air out. And tuck that in there. All right, there you go.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. That's right. I know you gotta shop too. I'm about to start tinting. All right, hey, question. I'm about to start tinting with some tips that you can give me as a starter. Don't be afraid to mess up. A lot of this, we still mess up. Time to time, day to day. Yeah, that was so good. So, you're going to make mistakes. There's going to be problems. Get some film, get some tools, and fail forward. I still mess up. I mess up on stream all the time. How do you get about motivating yourself to not be scared to get into tinting business, knowing there's popular shops in my area that everybody goes to? Are they hiring? That sounds cool. See if you can get a job over there. Easy way to get into things. Just start practicing on your own stuff. Get a job at one of those places and just have fun. Go from there. Where do you get your tint from, and what do you recommend for beginners? So a film that you can buy on Amazon that you can just throw immediately in the trash because it's cheap is going to be this stuff over here, not the Lexan box. T-View. T-View is like $90 for like a 36-inch roll. If you have Prime, you get free shipping on it too. That's going to be the most similar cheap film to any professional film. It's not exactly the same, but just because we have professional films, that doesn't mean that they're easy to work with. All films are like this rigid polyester shit that likes to crinkle and crease and give you a hard time, and so they're all like that. Some are more user-friendly than others, but you can get that stuff. Go to 313tint.com and buy some tools. Then when you feel halfway competent with that film, how do you spell T-View? T as in tiger, and then view as in V-I-E-W. Did you spell T-View? T-View. Yeah, chat has an easier time because they can actually spell it out. Where is tint made? Any ideas? Mexico? I don't know. There could be a tint manufacturer in Mexico. It's made all over the world. There's real big manufacturer over in India. There's ones in South Korea, China. There's ones here in the U.S. And there's also like laminating facilities too. So there's some people that have the film made, and then they bring it in-house, and then they do the laminating. Or like Eastman. Lumar, Suntech, is owned by Eastman. Why am I bringing this one over there? What the fuck am I doing? Eastman Chemical Company. It's no surprise that they do dyed window films, and they do all their dyeing. I wonder why. Lumar's owned by the biggest chemical company. They don't really do carbon films. They do ceramic and dyed films, dyed ceramics. I've had Amazon window tint in my car for 5 years. Now it's still looking the same as when I put it. Nice. That's awesome. Which Amazon film? That's always the question. And that's what's hard to answer. Like, I bought this film, it was cheap, it's been lasting for years. I've heard that a ton. And I've also heard I've seen way more of the exact opposite. So, it's not that you can't buy a good, cheap film. It's that you have to do all the testing yourself to really find out if it's going to stand up or not. And when you're trying to run a business, or like it's just added liability that I take on. So if I tint somebody's car for like $150, and I bought like what I thought was a good film, but I saved a lot of money on it, and then it failed in like a year, then whose responsibility is it to replace it? That's always the problem. It's the added liability of it. And also, more often than not, the person that is only paying $100 to get their car tinted is a pain in the ass customer. You don't use ammonia to clean windows? Good. You shouldn't ever. Good film or bad film. The question is, do you know what to look for in a bad film after it's been on for years? Well, if they don't see it, then it's good. There's always a couple. It's a fair point. I was almost going to go in that direction. There's a couple of things. If you roll down your windows, look at the top edge and see if there's a fade line there. That means that your tint has gotten... whatever the darkness is of the top is going to be the original color. And then whatever it faded to is then, unfortunately, lighter than when you installed it. So all those things just play a factor. It could fade, it could bubble, it could peel. All that is just extra liability that a business isn't going to want to take on. It's just not smart, because then you have unhappy people, and then it's going to take you longer to fix it than just have it done right the first time. Well, we're 1 for 1. Thanks for the rose. All right, let's see here. We're going to make these slightly bigger. Like a 16th. What? Oh, wait. Oh, I'm resizing it. That's why. Hang on. Editing. Edit templates and offset 16th. There we go. Now they're slightly bigger. All right, so we're gonna recut these. And we're gonna click cut. So we're gonna keep that around, but it's likely just a hair small. Front quarters were fine. Rear quarters on this one. See that gap? See that gap right there? I'm maxed out on this side. It fit in there really easily, and then I'm just like probably a 1/4 inch short. So I made the whole thing a 16th bigger, and that should be enough. But wasted film, wasted time. People ask why plotters drive me crazy. That's why. There's always that. So you just got to get used to that. How did it turn out? Okay, cool. If I bought a used car with tint, is there a way to tell if it's carbon or ceramic? Man. Honestly, the best way is to roll the window down. You'll feel a lot of heat coming from, like, point it in the direction of the sun. Feel the sun coming through the glass, like, roll the window down, and then roll it back up. If you don't feel a big difference, then it's probably just a regular tint. If you feel it cooler, like you don't feel that sun hardly anymore, then you got a good film. That's the only way to really tell. I don't usually have a problem with cuts with film and vinyl designs. I'm jealous. We were using a Graph Tech at the time, and boy, we had some issues. Oh, hey. Hey, buddy. What's the best way to tint small windows on an Impala? Impala should be really straightforward. Just get yourself like a little turbo squeegee, something like this. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It's been 2 seconds and he's already crying. It's my son. I want to drive the car. Good. 16th was a good call. That worked out way better. I want to double check if the scaling on the plotter is right, because I always feel like that could be off. Bingo. That was my problem too. I had that exact same problem with film and vinyl. I don't know why. They were so on a door, what would happen is they were higher on the edges and lower in the center, which is the worst it could possibly be. So you would have to just, every time you cut it out on the plotter, you weed it, you shrink it, you bring it over to the glass, and then you have to recut that top edge. And some people make a lot of excuses for that, and they have no problem doing that. That drove me crazy. Some patterns, they don't really give you much space, and you never know until you get on there. So some are, you get like this much at the bottom, this much at the sides. So if I go and trim my top edge, and all of a sudden I just take away that space, then I got a bigger problem, because now my pattern's too small. Might as well just hand cut it. Is he allergic to work? He could be. We'll go get him tested. What car is Jack tinting? He's tinting this Audi over here. All right, what you doing?
Should have let a finger popping up right here, but I think it's good.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Some people put a half-inch gap at the top. Yeah, except your customers definitely notice that when you roll them down. Oh, don't roll your windows down for a month. And then we have a 30-day return policy. Oh, look, you're just past that 30-day return policy. Good God, sorry. Carbon versus ceramic. So the biggest difference is the amount of heat that they block. Visually, they're going to look identical. Every film has like a different look to it. But so that means like one company's ceramic is going to look a little different than somebody else's ceramic. One might shrink a little better than somebody else's. Those are like small differences. But they're largely going to be the same. What happened? Hang on one sec. I need to deal with something real quick. She just... Well, hang on. Hey, is everything okay? Okay. All right, bye. All right. Let's continue. But yeah, carbon and ceramic films, they're basically going to look the same. Ceramic blocks out more heat than carbon does. And the darker that you do carbon, the more heat that it blocks out too as well. Because the way that they get darker is they add more carbon. Carbon is what blocks out heat. And ceramic is naturally a lot clearer. So looking at Geo, should I get carbon or ceramic? Are you just tinting your own car, or you're starting a business? Because if you're starting a business, get at least 3 lines of film. All right. I own a detail shop. I own a detail shop and want to implement tinting. Recommendations for Geo. Yeah, get any. Okay, no, don't get any one of their films. What do you sell a detail for? Here's the thing. If you don't know the differences between film, likely your customers don't know the differences between films. And just in general, most people come here asking the differences between any of the films. So if you just even start with the Pro Classic, it's a great film. Lifetime, it's just a solid workhorse film, meaning that it's got a good scratch coat, it shrinks easily, you can do a lot of cars in a day with it. It's a great choice. You're gonna save the most amount of money with that film line, and when you get comfortable doing some cars with that, and you make a little more money, that's when you can start upsells too. I mean, if you have the budget, I just say get 3 of them and then show good, better, best. So with like a dyed film, it doesn't block out a lot of heat. With a carbon film, it blocks out like a middle amount of heat. With ceramic, blocks out the most amount of heat. So it's kind of what, price goes up with each film line. So this one is like $350. The one we did yesterday was $290. But if I only sold one line of film, that would just be one price across the board for everything. So you want to give yourself more opportunities. You want to offer more ranges for your customers. I was looking at the different ones, didn't know if ones were easier to shrink. No, they're all going to be pretty similar. There's going to be like slight differences between appearance, is like, when you're in the car looking out, like there's small differences between them. But they're all good films. It's more about what is your price range. So I say that just because you could buy, some people only have enough money to buy 3 rolls of like one film. Or you could buy a full stock of everything. So here's that. Love the stream. I usually only get to watch when I'm home. My wife makes fun of me for it. Convinced me to get the hybrid squeegee, and it's freaking amazing. I've learned so much. Thanks, man. Glad you like that squeegee. It's okay. My wife makes fun of me for streaming. Actually, not really. The headset was definitely a surprise when I got that. No, you definitely should be able to. You can't order like per car. You gotta order at least 50 feet. It's just, otherwise you're like, it just doesn't make sense. They gotta take that film, they gotta put it in a box. You have cost on that box, you have cost on shipping and everything. The more you can buy, up to usually like 100 feet. I mean, over $500, you get free shipping in a lot of cases too. Oh, if your supplier's around the corner, that's a little different. But in general, if you gotta order, you gotta have it shipped. I'd say 50 feet is like, other than that, like, there's always like some limitation to it. Got my package yesterday. Thanks for the extra goodies. You're welcome. Jack did the order. What'd you get? That's cool. My package just got here super fast. Nice. Glad to hear it. So a full car with good ceramic would range from 500 to $1,000. Yep. Generally, yep. How much are you charging for this one? This one's $350. If we were doing the windshield, it would be $550. Oh, shit. Look at that. Hang on. You guys see it yet? There's a little gap there. Right here. Right at the front edge. If you tilt your head up, you can't see it. But if you squat down here, you can see it. Damn you, plotter! Alright. Do you own Geo or are you distributor? I'm more in line with the distributor. Yeah, I don't own them. That whole thing came about because I was making videos, front left quarter, so that should be this one. 16th? 16th is going to be a little big, huh? Oh. There we go. We'll make it just slightly bigger. Can we duplicate the one that we just made slightly bigger, or no? That's annoying. All right, let's cut that. No, but the Geo thing all came about because I was making videos They called me up one day. They're like, hey, we like your videos. We want to sponsor a video. And then, so we have like one video a while back. And then we did like another video. They wanted to do like a 70% ceramic one and just like how to safely tint a windshield. And like 70 ceramic was going to be like the feature. I thought that was pretty cool. That video did really well. And then they called me back again. This was like a year later. And we're like, and they said like, hey, what else can we do together? We looked back at everything that did well for the year, and your video was like the coolest thing that we did. I was like, thanks, dudes. So the thing was, I was doing mobile tinting at the time, primarily for like a glass company. And then what happened was, I was getting into like live streaming. And so I was like doing like testing for that. So I did it for like a month there. And then I bought like a better GoPro and then kept doing it. Wow, okay. We'll come back to that. So I guess you got to get the orders done today too. Yeah, I don't know. Luke's being a crazy boy. But yeah, so I was looking for a film because I wasn't happy with Avery at the time. Like, Avery NR was good, but I didn't like their middle ground films. Like, so their ceramic and their mid-grade film, because they didn't have a total carbon film. It was like a carbon dyed hybrid, and so it's just not enough carbon to really make a difference. And then it also added a little bit of haze to it too. So they had some growing up to do on that. And Geo had come out with C2, and so I got that, tried it out, was a big fan of it. And they also had two proven films, Pro Nano and Pro Classic. So I was happy to bring them into what I was doing. And then things just kind of grew from there. It gets tough because here's the thing, I don't want to be a film company. It's a lot, like millions of dollars in investment and headaches, and there's already a lot of film companies out there. So the headache for me is no matter what I use, some film company is going to get a lot of attention for it. And I was just like tinting from a home garage and doing mobile stuff. So things just kind of grew from there. A big thing that helps support everything here is not really the film as much as doing the store. That's a big support. So if you learn something, I mean, I like to sell what I use because there's a reason I use it. I like all these things. So I definitely don't stock every tool. I don't have a ton in my store that is out there, but I basically stock everything that I use. Super chat. I can show you guys. Let me do this rear door though. Trying to have a little side hustle. Sorry, I'm reading this comment back. They're in my neighborhood, problem charging 100 to 200 for doing tints. That's undercharging. 100 to 200. Like 200, depending on your area, is still like, it's not as bad. But 150 and under, you're going to have a hard time to grow any type of tinting business. There's just not enough money there per job. Not unless you can get a lot of cars done in a day, and then you're putting yourself under a different type of pressure. $250 to $300 is generally like a lot more comfortable. It's where you actually start getting time and you start attracting certain types of customers that have a little bit more disposable income. They think about some of those choices a little bit more. It's not just people looking for the cheapest price, because those people do not generally come back to your shop anyways. It's all about price. So even if you tint somebody's car for like 150 bucks, they forget about you. Alrighty, let's get this one in there. Oh, there's a super chat there. Did I not address that? Sorry. Hang on. Da, 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 da. Nice. Let's roll this up. Oh, it was up. I should have checked. What do we got? Pino with a 5. Thank you. I appreciate that. Sorry, DC Customs. I missed yours. But thank you, Pino. DC Customs with a 5, too. How does your Workhorse 2 plotter saves the presets like force and speed? It does not. That is one of the biggest hangups of that machine. So, it's a lot more of a manual process. Whenever you put a different film in there, you have to manually adjust settings. They always come with... it's like, man, there's always something. Whenever you're going budget anything, it's like there's always these like hang-ups. So like they're good machines, but I don't know how many times, I don't know how to just, there's nowhere I can leave a billboard so everybody hears this all at the same time or whatnot. Yeah, more expensive plotters, they have presets. They have better roller positions. The Workhorse 1 and 2 are like the most economical plotters for tinting, and they definitely show some of that green, I guess. Because yeah, what they really are vinyl machines. that work for tinting. Would you say charging $2 to $250 for color stable, it doesn't fade, is that good? Then just double it for ceramic? Yeah, pretty much. I would slot something in the middle there too. So there's, this is how I have my films. I have 3 different types of films. I have dyed, I have carbon, and I have ceramic. So the higher you go, obviously the more expensive it gets, but the more heat that it blocks out of the vehicle. That's the main thing here. So all of them look good. All of them come with lifetime warranties. Your entry level is just going to be more of an attractive price offering. And then you want to have it set up so there's like incremental upgrades. If you're coming in for 200, not everybody is then going to have 400 to shell out on ceramic. Not unless you're just like underpricing yourself and you're attracting a lot of people that just have a higher disposable income, and then all of a sudden you're selling $400 ceramic jobs all the time. So what I would do, actually what I do is my entry level, I want it to be around 300. So my entry level is 290, and then it's only 350 to go up to carbon, 450 for ceramic. So there's not a big jump at all. And so most people end up going with carbon. I mean, actually, most end up going with ceramic, but... No, it's water and a slip solution. I've heard different shop owners say that you can jump to only offering it instantly weeds out the cheap people and allows you to book 2 cars a day. Would you agree? Risky. I think it's depends a little bit on your area. It'll work for some, it'll not work for others. I have a better perspective on it now because I wondered the same thing too for a while. Now I don't wonder quite as much about it. If there's a fair amount of money in your area and there's just like no competition, then yeah, you could pretty much charge what you want and get business. But when there's competition within your area and there's not a huge disposable income, then you're not going to be able to just sell $500. I mean, it's just how people are. If, like, there's a couple, let's see, I'm in Sterling Heights. That's not a super high-end income, but it's definitely not low. If you go over to Troy, Rochester Hills, Utica even, things get more expensive there. But people have, there's just more money over there. So it just, you know, when somebody is shopping around, they're going to probably look for the things that are closest. And if you're just within a good range of those people, they're probably going to come to you first. Because why would I go farther than I have to? I just want window tint. So if you live in an area too that's just cheaper to live in and there's not as many people, then you're not probably going to be charging $400 or $500 on average for a car. But it's also cheaper to live where you are, so your dollar goes farther in that area. Da, 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 da. Ooh, that looks good. Good stuff. These went easier than I thought. I'm happy when they do. Not all of them go this easy. Gonna have to remember this next time. Subaru covers a big model range, or this model is a big year range, and these ones are pretty straightforward. Can you do a window where you cut it out or no? All the doors I did in like every video. All the doors get hand cut, so you just missed that part on that. We'll cut out the back window, hand cut too, so stay tuned for that. I don't know if chat understands. If I don't use, if I use the plotter, people think I only use the plotter. If I use hand cutting, then people think I never use the plotter. I do both. There we go. My ignorance has me jacked up today. Took a removal and tint on a 96 Lexus 400. Ooh. It's not the worst Lexus, but yeah, not a fun day. 96 is way old now. If I have leather seats in my Charger, is it best to get ceramic tint? For any interior, ceramic's going to be the best. But here's the thing. Your car is still a metal box. It sits out in the sun. It'll still get hot. The thing is, what ceramic does is it's a sun-absorbing block. So the sun passes through your glass when it's not tinted. When it's ceramic tinted, it hits your glass, and then it soaks up that heat. So it'll largely keep surfaces cooler, but your car will still feel hot until you start driving, you get the air running. Then the benefit of it is when you're sitting in there, it's like having a shade, just a sunshade where the sun coming through the windows when you're sitting in the driver's seat, sun coming through, any of your windows, you just don't feel that anymore. Where on a hot day, or honestly, even in the wintertime, you warm up your car, you cool down your car, and if you're sitting there in traffic, you can still feel that sun beating in on your skin. When you have ceramic, you just don't feel that sun anymore. So it just makes driving a lot more comfortable. I can tell you, more often than not, anybody that gets it done to their car, on their next car, they get it again. So once you drive with it, it's hard to not drive with it anymore. What's your opinion on GeoShield? I personally love it. Yeah, it's great. That's what we're doing. That's like all the film you see on the sides. That's what I have stocked up here. Yeah, Geo's great. Ever since I watched your reverse roll video, my installs have been phenomenal. Are there any cars where Frankensteining is better? I always do back windows Frankenstein, and I always do windshield reverse roll. Back windows? What is that sound? Back windows are just not as wide, so that's why I still Frankenstein them. And there's a lot of obstacles like third brake lights and stuff. So honestly, I learned how to Frankenstein first. So that's why I still do back windows that way. On windshields, they're generally taller and a little wider. So I've never been able to really do a great Frankenstein install. That's how I did windshields. But for the first long while, I never, nobody taught me how to reverse roll. I had to teach myself how to do that. That was like magic when I first saw it. So now I'm a lot better at it. And I think that's the best way to do a windshield. And there's generally a little less on obstacles for a windshield than there is sometimes for a back window. But if you learn how to do reverse rolling early on, there's people that'll only do reverse rolling for back windows too. So I just think peeling the whole thing and carrying it in is generally easier, so that's what I do. Do you have a store? Yeah, 313tint.com. Why do some not get ceramic? It gets expensive. It gets expensive, and not everybody sees the value in it, and that's fine. Like, why do some people buy a $20,000 car and some people buy a Bugatti? And then there's every type of car in between. So there's just kind of a market for everything. I can't tell you how many people just have no idea what the differences are, and you constantly have to explain it. So when you go into a shop with just the idea of like, hey, I'm just going to get window tint, well then a lot of times they just get a window tint. They don't know the differences. So I constantly have to explain to every customer that walks in the door what the differences are, and I take the time to show them the differences between the films. I mean, you make a video on TikTok and you get so many people that don't even know it goes on the inside of the window. They see you cutting on the outside and go, why are you doing it on the outside? I thought it goes on the inside. So those people and everybody in between are your customers. So the other thing is people never like feeling sold to, including me. I never like feeling sold to. I like things that solve my problems, and I'm more than happy to spend money on things that solve my problems. So when you're going into a shop and you don't know the differences between any film, you just think tint is tint, and they quote your price over the phone, and you walk in, and you don't have a lot of money to spend. Well, then when the guy at the counter is then trying to upsell you, sometimes you don't have the time to really find out if what he's saying is accurate or not. You're just like, I feel like I'm being sold to, so I'm just going to get tint. I'm okay. So there's a lot of steps to it. So should I get it? Oops. So should I get it? I don't want the sun to mess up my seats. It's nice to have just any type of tint, but yeah, ceramic in particular is going to keep the most amount of sun off your interior. So yeah, it's definitely helpful for your interior. What kind of tape are you using? Glass Aid. All right, I was looking at it when it ding-dinged, and I don't know. Follow? Is it for a follow? Does it go ding-ding every time somebody follows? That would be hilarious. Okay, so on this one, instead of using dry shrink prep, I'm using dryer sheets. I just like doing plotters. Ding-dong. Is that another follow? Oh, it is. I figured it out. Every time you guys follow on TikTok, my computer goes ding-dong. That's kind of hilarious. Ding dong. If you guys want to annoy the shit out of me, start following. I thought it was for like a rose or something. It's so funny. Ding dong. That's great. Thanks for the follows, guys. I appreciate it. Do you ever have customers rushing to finish cars? It annoys me so much. Yeah, sometimes. Like I overquote. Ding dong. I overquote timelines. So a car like this should take me inside 2 to 2.5 hours at like the very most for the sides and the rear. So I told him like 3.5 to like 4. I was just, yeah, it'll be done then. So when you under promise and you over deliver, people are much happier too. But if you tell somebody it'll take an hour or 2 hours and then it takes you like 3 hours, then you didn't even live up to your time expectations and they think that something went wrong. So always say a little bit more than you think because any number of things could happen and it's just a positive when you get it done quicker. I thought it was the shop front door. I had no idea what that was. This is the first time actually figuring it out. And it's weird that it's coming from the like TV speaker over there. Everything else is playing through my headset, but that thing just goes ding dong over there. It's so weird. Can you what? Have you tinted a soft top? Oh, you can't tint the soft top Jeep. You got to get a tinted soft top. Soft top Jeeps are just like vinyl plastic windows. You can't tint them. How long do you tell your customers to not roll the windows down for? Generally just a couple days. In the wintertime, I say like 4 or 5. And then whenever I tint my own cars, I'm kind of surprised how much faster it actually dries out. I could tell them literally a day or two, it'd be fine. Sometimes there's water pockets that will sit for a little bit longer. That's really the only thing. Most everything is dry within a day or two. And especially with the summer weather, this thing will be dry by tomorrow. So if anything, it's harder to explain that to people. So most people that say like, hey, don't roll them down for 3 days, I'm like, yep, exactly. Because I can go through and like explain it. And then they say, well, I'm just going to leave them up to be extra safe. And it's like, all right, that's fine. I can't really explain it, but hey, it's all good. A little longer is definitely not going to hurt. And really, you should be able to roll them down like immediately. Ding dong. How long do you tell your customer? Oh, yeah, I read that question. Best plotter. That depends on your budget. So $1,000 to $2,000 is going to be like the workhorse 1 and 2. About $3,000 is going to be, I think, a Jag. Like $3,000 to $4,000. And then like $4,000 to $8,000 is probably going to be a Roland or a Graphtec. So it just depends on how much money you want to spend. And the trade-off is not better cuts. The trade-off is parts, usually company warranty, but Workhorse 1 and 2 have like 5-year on parts warranty, so like, shit. That's competitive. And little feature sets. So like presets, so you can, if you're cutting like a 1.5 mil dyed film and then you switch to 2 mil ceramic, you can adjust your settings. If you're doing PPF and window tint, then you can quickly switch back and forth between PPF settings and window tint settings. That's one reason to go up past a Workhorse. But just like anything that's a 40-inch plotter and up is what you're going to need for window tint. Because you're going to want to do back windows. All right, now that's dry. We're ready to shrink. I'm going to teach you guys, again, the easiest way. I'm going to teach you the easiest way to shrink a back window. So all we have underneath right now is dried Snuggles dryer sheets. Then you lay your film on the car, and then you take like a felt card and you just flatten it out in the center, kind of stretch it out that way, and then you take the bulk of this material and you direct it down on that side edge. Same thing for the top. So all we're shrinking is like from here to start. Turn your Wagner heat gun up on high, and then we're gonna put it about this close to the tint and move at whatever speed this is. So once we start moving, we're just gonna keep doing that. We're gonna go about an inch down every time, probably 2 inches down. So just go straight across, halfway, bring it back. Go a couple inches down, bring it back. And you just keep doing this through the whole thing. Keep it the same distance away from the film. Even though the film is doing some weird things, there's some peaks, there's some valleys. Just keep it going steady across the entire thing. This will take all the thinking out of shrinking. So once you do that, look, it looks kind of shrunk. It's smaller, but I don't know, it's a little wavy. So just take your fingers, pull, and loosen up any film that might be stuck in here. Take your felt card, smooth the film down up till you start seeing these peaks. Those are areas that need to be shrunk more. So we shrunk basically this part, all we need to. We shrunk some of this, but it needs to be shrunk farther. So then once you see those peaks, pull the film back to like the top of those peaks, loosen that film back up. Make sure this side edge is flat, then do the same thing. Keep it real close to the glass, like an inch away from the film. Every time you go across, just lower it down like an inch or two. And so we've effectively shrunk it more. How much more, we're gonna find out. Loosen it up, take your card. Hey, look at that. We made it farther down, and now we start seeing those peaks here. So we really have about like 1 or 2 more passes, and then we're done. And then you're gonna do that with all 4 corners. This will work with any film. Some films shrink a little slower than others. So here's the thing. When you put the heat gun this close to your film, it's gonna shrink. And so the variable is your speed. So the faster you go, the less it's gonna shrink. The slower you go, the more it's gonna shrink. So when you keep it like a steady speed throughout the entire thing, you're shrinking it some. So you just wanna, then cart it down and see where you're at. If you did that a couple times and you didn't make any more progress, then slow down your speed just a little bit. It'll shrink. Thanks for the follows. What's the perk of tinting the outside of the windows? There's no perks. Everything gets cut and shaped to the outside and it goes on the inside. You're seeing before it goes to the inside. All right, so we got this last little bit here. Still a little bit wavy. We can go over it one more time. See, I'm not moving it as fast, but it's still shrinking. And there we go. That's shrunk. So then come to the other side. Do the same thing. This is not the fastest way to shrink. This is, if you want to be able to shrink a back window and just turn off your brain, do it this way. If you get your speed just right, every window is going to be a little bit different. But if you get your speed just right and you know what you're looking for, you'll basically be able to do this in just one pass without having to do much adjustment at all. There we go. So he shrunk most of that. Not all of it. But it's almost all done already. Ding dong. Thanks for the follow. See, loosen it up. We got a little bit left to shrink. Just a little bit more. There it goes. Same thing with the top. There's that. Pull it. Just got these fingers now. See all those? Watch. Loosen it back up a little bit. Nice. A little bit more. The edges always shrink the slowest. Most amount of film needs to be shrunk together. That's good. We got one more corner. I've been watching your videos since the beginning of this year. This month I made my first 1K tinting windows. Hell yeah, that's awesome. That's pretty damn quick too. We're into May right now. That's from January to May. That's awesome. Congrats, man. Getting through the beginning hurdle is always the hardest. Once you kind of get in the groove of doing some cars for people, there's always a lot to learn still, but that's awesome. Gotta thank you for the quick progress. I appreciate it, man. That's super cool to hear. I still have those days where it takes me like 6 hours to do a car, but most days it goes well. Beautiful. Dude, I have those days. Sometimes you just like, I'll tell you, it never seems to completely go away. Like, I'll have what seems like a normal thing, and the next thing I know, I'm redoing that door like 3 times in a row, and I just wasted like way too much time. Or worst is back window or a windshield. Why is C2 Carbon cheaper than Pro Classic if it's better at the heat and stuff? Is it? I don't think it is. Unless they raise the price of Pro Classic, it should be like $225-ish. What's Glassade made of? What makes it cut resistant? Honestly, just the way it is. It's a PVC. but it's very thick. So it's 10 mils, where most vinyl, like the closest thing that came to it is like electrical tape. They say like electrical tape sometimes is like anywhere from 7 to 8 mils, but electrical tape is typically very soft and a little wide. So this stuff is just thick. So it's thick boy tape. Thanks for showing your working knowledge, but I'm still going to pay somebody else to do it. Hey, I've got a lot of appreciation for that. I got to stay in business too, man. No, I think it's so cool. Like, one way or another, either somebody watches it and gets a better perspective, and like, dude, we had a deck done at the house, and we had to move a sprinkler, and they put it like near the deck, but they didn't put it in the ground. So it's like, oh yeah, how hard can that be? Dude, we have so many rocks in our ground. It took like 3 people like a half hour to like dig out a spot for that stupid sprinkler head. So, no thanks. There's just those things that, like, I'm that way all the time. I will tint my windows all day long. I will happily pay other people to do what they're good at, too. It's up to the user to not cut through it. It's basically like, yeah, that's actually a good way of saying it. It's kind of like a pillow. Mm-hmm. So the white tape is called Glass Aid. It's white so you can see your border pretty easily. But the main purpose is it's a barrier in between the film and the glass, so you're not dragging a blade through somebody's glass. That's the reason why I like using it. If you're trying to learn how to shrink, though, it'll get in the way a little bit. I've noticed some people posting about that. What's the best scrub pad for pre-cleaning the windows? Honestly, there's a lot of scrub pads out there, so if you're buying from like a tint supply store, scrub it pads, these are great. You can find some scrub pads locally at like grocery stores and stuff. Just make sure you get scratch-free ones. Don't just go buy Scotch Gard or Scotch Brite green ones, because you will scratch the hell out of your windows. Any tips on tinting a boat or a yacht? Ooh. Okay. I'm not the greatest at doing boats. I've done one on stream. And talking to other tinters, if it's got a nice dot matrix border, like a Malibu boat, it'll be much easier to do. If you're doing a gasket seal boat, it's a lot harder to do. So generally just the cheaper boats are harder to do. I've only ever had to do one yacht, and it had like, it was done in like Lumar years and years ago. It turned colors, and then so it was like on there for like 10 years or something. So you had to get it replaced. And I don't know, we had to remove a bunch of old film. I was out there for probably about 2 days as well. But I don't have a lot of experience on boats. Nice boat, though. Do you recommend using a 40 by 100 roll on door windows? Messed up and didn't buy a 20. Oh, okay. So what how do you recommend? So you're gonna take this roll, and you're either going to put it, oh, this is a heavy roll. You're either going to put it on a shelf or pull it out of the box and measure out a piece and cut it, and then lay that piece of film across, but you want that piece of film cut in half, essentially. So the easiest way to do it is like pull it out of the box, cut it in half, and then use like a letter opener or something to then cut that in half too as well. But you're gonna wanna split it vertically. Have you ever done a video about the equipment you have on stream? Yep, it's on the channel. Didn't get a lot of views. What's the width of the tint roll you usually use to catch it all? So I typically have 36-inch tall rolls, and those I primarily use for back windows, or I use them for car doors. When it comes to trucks and SUVs, they have taller windows, so you're gonna wanna use either a 20 or a 24-inch roll. That's going to cover the most amount and save you film. 24s are more recommended now, though. A 24-inch tall roll will cover every truck and SUV. A 20-inch will cover most older model trucks, just the newer model GM trucks like the Silverados. Like, they're super popular now. New Silverados, new Sierras. And all the F-150s, those you need a 24-inch roll for. Boo-doo-doo. I had a customer roll down the windows as he was backing up, and I told him not to. Best way to prevent that is put tape on the switches. But yeah, customers are customers. They'll do that. Everything should be fine. All right, let's get some stuff. This, and this. That's all I need. Oh yeah, and a clay bar. Well, I think I'm out of those. I guess we'll use a scrubby. Could you do a sticker shop, ask them to cut 40 by... Could you go to a sticker shop and ask them to cut your 40 by 100 into 20 by 100? Maybe? You might be able to. I actually don't know. Like a tint company is gonna have a slitter. I love when brake lights pop out like this. How do you pull this part? Where's this plug in here? Looks like it's got a... I'm just gonna leave it there. It's out of my way enough. That's fine. Oh. Yeah, you can definitely take a class, and most classes will give you some type of a certificate saying that you took the class. But there's no, there's no certifications for window tinting. It's just everything's independent. It's like college degrees. It's like most of it is just like proof that you care. That's about as far as it goes. So if you seem happy and helpful and ambitious, it's not hard to get a job at a shop. It definitely helps to have a little bit of experience. So if you just practice on your own car, but I mean, there's no shame in going into a shop and going like, hey, I'm looking for a job at a tint shop. Really eager to work and learn. This time of year especially, people are looking for help. Because you're in spring and summertime. It's busier season right now. So if anything, most shops can't find good help. So you might be surprised how easy it can be to actually just get a job at a shop. These little bits, why do they do this? See how it goes down and then it comes back up and then gets really tight there in the corner? Why you do this? It's a perfect example of why I like the tail fin. Thank you, Subaru. All right, let's throw this in. Any questions when we do that? I love the tool back he has on it. Worth it? Yeah, the Avery belt, if that's what you're talking about. I love that one. Just finished 2 front windows of the CX-50. Couldn't take the door sweeps off. I didn't want to break anything, so I 2-stage. Well, hey, you got it done. Yeah, just tell the shop what they want to hear. Here's the thing. Most shops are independently run, and a lot of times the owner of the shop is a window tinter himself. Not always, but it just depends on the shop that you go for. So really, they want to find somebody that's just going to be helpful immediately. So what the installer that's there does best is install. So what you can do best to help somebody immediately is, yeah, prep windows, clean up after them, learn how they do things, and do things the way that they do them, because they know more about doing it than you do. Show up on time. Generally, just be eager and ambitious, and you go pretty far pretty quick. You'd be surprised how many people work at a shop that don't really seem to want to learn. It's just a job. You made that look easy. This is how I install most back windows. Oh, all back windows. Trickiest part was just handling the film. Everything else is just play tint limbo. I'm 6'4". Damn. That's nice in its own right. Yeah, getting into the back of a car is going to be a little bit harder. All right. I'm 6'3". Damn, we got a bunch of tall people in the chat. We got average jeans here. So with that deck lid, bulldozer, like it like curls up a little bit and comes really close to the glass. So that big white paddle squeegee, so like this thing, I can get in a good amount, but then it starts getting really tight in a couple spots. And I don't want this tool to get pinched anywhere, because then the rubber's gonna grab the tint and potentially ruin it. That's where this thing always comes in handy, because you can squeak that well far down, and then it doesn't get stuck anywhere because it's like bendy here. So this is the tail fin. This is called the bulldozer. Other tool that I use is a side swipe, but you can see with both of these, or mainly this one, this plastic here adds a good amount of thickness to it. So if I just jam this tool down here, what's happening is you're just pressing this plastic right against the tint. You're not squeegeeing anything. So tail fin, for any little tight edges, tight corners, tail fin is awesome. Use it all the time for those situations. So there's a good amount of cars where I'd never have to use that tool. But when I have to use it, it's perfect. It's like my third go-to. It's just an in-case squeegee. On every back window, bulldozer, and side swipe. But yeah, tail fin is very goofy. GDI sent me an email and asked me how many tail fins did they think that we were gonna sell. And I just kind of laughed, because I can guarantee you it's another one of those tools that has been low-key for so long, and then you start showing a little attention on it, and then all of a sudden, like, you know, they probably would have made, you know, whatever quantity that the company was making, they probably were a little surprised. I always find that really funny. You better ramp it up a little bit. It's a good tool, man. I just don't think people knew how to use it. So if there's something else that is just as helpful, I'm more than down. Like, whatever is helpful for, like, kind of unique. You know, I know Tri-Edge has, like, the reach. I'm not a huge fan of that. I should have a couple different ones, and I just want to try them all side by side and find what people like the best and do a little comparison. I think it'd be fun. But yeah, that's all squeegeed out. Ah, that's cool. 2 years ago, I wanted to tint my car. Now I've got a small mobile tint business. Dude, that's so cool. That's awesome. It's a big reason why, you know, the same questions over and over really don't get that old to answer. I feel like some days there's always that one question. It's like, man, I've said that so many times. But for the most part, it's all good. But what that turns into is, hey, the guy that wants to tint his car at home might eventually, a couple years later, like, you don't know, make a tint business. So that's awesome. see a lot of TikToks on like people getting fired and jobs and shit teaching them, or just like poor paying jobs that are just like shit to their employees and stuff like that. Tinting is always one of those ways to like take that back for yourself, make your own business. Or even if you just learn a skill, you go work at a shop. There's some really, really good shop opportunities out there too. And you don't have to grow your entire business by yourself. You can be a tinter for another company whose main business is not tint, and you can make good money. That was probably that was honestly one of my favorite ways of doing it. The long-term thing is a little questionable. So like so what I used to do is I used to go around from shop to shop and I would tint their cars for them. And I made good money doing it, but it's all under their company's name. So they contract a tinter to come in and do their tint work. So people still think that they're just going to that shop, but really like that shop is calling me in. But at the end of the day, if I don't tint for them, they'll have to go find another tinter. Their clients don't know me or who I am. So it's not like I've gained any type of client base from it, but I have made a lot of money from it. That's a much faster way of getting started. Is dry shrinking better than wet shrinking? They're two very different things. So I always dry shrink. I think it's easier to understand. I think it's generally faster. More people do it. So like, yes, there's more support there. If you're wet shrinking, you have to start at the base of it and shrink in big pockets. So both of them can work really well. Most people just do dry shrinking though. So when I see most people doing things a certain way, even if I don't completely understand why, then I would focus on doing that just because there's more support there. Same thing for like bottom loading. So like pulling seals, that is becoming way more popular and talked about now. So the way I tint is almost like not outdated, but just it's becoming less and less popular. Funny how that works. This does look good. I'm very happy. Just once it settles for a little bit, no, bottom loading is you pull out, you get the obstacles out of the way. So if it's simple to do, you just pull this sweep out of the way. So you can sometimes pop the door panel back, pull that out of the way, and then you have all the room in the world to just drop the whole thing in as one piece. Otherwise, you have to roll the window down a little bit, start at the top, and there's a lot more little steps involved. But I didn't have to take anything apart. Learning how to tint that way is a little bit more difficult. But less things that you have to take apart. Nowadays, a lot more cars are easier to take apart. And there's a lot more support networks for it. So it's the most, I don't want to, that's a good way to say it, mechanical tinting, I guess. So when you're trying to wire something up, like a lot of things you can take a step back. So if you're trying to like fix a part, it's like you try and fit the pieces together or do what you do And then if it doesn't quite work, then you can take it back apart a little bit, rearrange things, and try again. With window tinting, it's like one shot go. As soon as I peel that tint and try and stick it to the window, if it doesn't go right that time, then I'm starting over from cutting my pattern out to shrinking it to installing it again. So when you remove obstacles, you make the tinting process way easier, but you just have to figure out how to get the obstacles out of the way. So a lot of cars are easier now to remove, but not everything is just straightforward and simple. So you do have a little risk in like, hey, if something cracks, especially on older cars with brittle paneling and stuff, you have those risks now, but it's an experience thing. The more you do it, the more you'll learn, the better you'll be. I wish YouTube let you go to people's profiles by clicking your names. Yeah, what's up with that? There's people that make other videos and they comment and stuff, and I can't just like click on their name and go to their channel. It's really annoying. All right, so on this one, we did, oh yeah, Jack's working on that. How you doing on patterns?
About to this one, and I think it should go good because it looks pretty easy.
Okay, cool. I'm wondering if I should help out or not. Because I know you gotta just learn. Yeah. I'm a little stuck with orders too, though.
I'll 100% get it done.
Okay. All right, that works then.
What time is it? Like 2 o'clock?
Yeah. Yeah, Jack's trying to tint his dad's Explorer or Escape. What's the best way to remove old bubble tint? You gotta get a steamer. Steamer's gonna be the best way. Some of them are so baked on though that they're a pain in the ass to remove. But if you go to like a Walmart or a Home Depot or a Lowe's and you just go get like a fabric steamer, they'll be anywhere from like 50 to 60 bucks. Or people are using like the wallpaper steamers, the Wagner wallpaper steamer, and they say that's pretty good too. I have to try that one. That'll help. Then get some adhesive remover and some scrub pads. I imagine you own the shop. Yeah, this is my place. I think Ludwig has a browser plugin. You can make YouTube live stream operate like Twitch. Yeah, but that's for like I think the users have to download and use it in browser and stuff. I think most people end up using their phones. I like Ludwig though. He's cool. LA's totally awesome. Yeah, that's actually sitting right here. So actually Home Depot is not a bad bet for the whole thing anymore. So you can get this stuff. You can get scratch-free scrub pads there, I'd imagine. They sell this there too. And get the wallpaper steamer. I think you can do everything right from Home Depot. Dollar Tree has it. I'm in Australia. Damn. Yeah, I watched a ton of live streamers for a good stretch there. I watched some stuff here and there, but can you tell like this whole place was a little live streaming inspired? I like seeing what other streamers do and then kind of adapting that to what I do. That's where I got the fog machine idea too. Actually, fog machine was my idea, but like integrating super chats and stuff. Uh-oh.
It's short. There's gonna be a light gap. That's it.
Huh?
There's just gonna be it's short. There's gonna be a light gap there.
No.
Think you can pull it over?
Oh yeah, you got plenty of space over there. That's pretty far.
Okay. Okay, so question. When I posted a video, someone commented on it and said you don't have to drag the film both ways. You only have to drag it one way if you do it like extra. Is there any truth to that?
Probably. I think it would be worth trying out. Makes sense. I always did it because then it like centers your top edge, so you know how much you have on both sides, and so that's why you do one way and then the other. So I think if you, because your top edge is angled this way, so you'd have to go back in the other way. So you effectively would cut this edge, drag it over, cut that edge, cut your top edge, and then when you install it, it would shift back a little bit. I'd play around with it a little bit. Probably be worth trying. But yeah, that's good. See, you got a good overlap there, and then pull it down. About on the escapes, you've got, I know you got a fair amount of room, but you don't want to make it overly difficult on yourself. Oh yeah, see how far that seal goes down?
How do you know?
On Fords, like Fords Explorers, Escapes, and stuff, like Focuses, the seals are like way far down and they're pretty loose, so as long as it's tinted nicely, like you're not going to see a gap and it's not going to peel. So this is fine.
Even if you're above the seal, you don't have to get in it?
Yep.
Okay. And then how do you know what, like, how do you choose which side to cut first?
Oh, you don't need to choose one or the other because they're both flat. So you're just cutting one, shifting it over, cutting the other, and shifting it back a little bit. So tack that in place, roll it down, and then you can cut your top edge. You guys want me to give them the headset? Then I can go take a nap. Yeah, it's his shop now. Then I'll go do the orders. That's the. So if there's a curve, always cut that. So the way I always do it is I cut one edge, shift it, and then I cut the back edge or the, so it doesn't matter which side you cut. The idea is just you need your pattern to be just a little bit bigger, and that way, because if you cut it exact, you're going to see some little gaps. Like there's a thickness to your glass, you're looking in at it, so you just need it to be wider. So whatever makes it a little bit wider is fine. So that's where I cut here, shift it over, or I'll cut here and shift it that way, and you shift it over a little bit wider than you need to cover that gap, and then you cut here and you shift it back. So you have a little overlap about like this far on one side and about this far over on the other side. So whatever gets you that. Because most windows, they shift, they roll straight up and down. And then you take that and you shift it down a little bit too, so then you cover your bottom edge, you cover your sides, you tack that in place, and you cut the top edge. Then you round your corners, shrink it, and install it. So the goal, always trying to remember, like, what is the goal? The goal is to make your patterns just a little bit bigger, so then it hides all your gaps. So whatever gets you that. So some people were talking about Sharpies. We were talking about that a little bit earlier. You could not even cut on the car. You could then mark your edge with a Sharpie, bring it over to a board, and then cut it over on the board. Or you could grab a pair of scissors and chop your top edge that way. Or the sides, sorry. With the top edge, you always have to use like a knife like this, or you have to use a knife like this. Any promo codes available? No, nobody gives me any promo codes. The promo code is the knowledge to do it. I put a lot of time into videos and stuff, so try and support what I do here. Because, like, seriously, that's his dad's vehicle. He should be doing orders right now, but, like, hey. It's all good. Shit'll get done. Where did you get your peel board? That one's not a very good peel board because it's a little small. That was a storm window, and it came with this shop. So, like, there were, like, 3 or 4 windows back there. So I yanked the framing off of it, and then there's my glass board. But you can go to a glass company, and they'll cut you out a big piece of just glass, or you can search on Marketplace. Anybody's, like, old house windows is another person's cut board. So there's a lot of little things you can do. Like, every once in a while, somebody throws out a sliding glass door. And yeah, it looks a little, like, cheesy in your shop, but, like, hey, a cut board is a cut board, man. Especially when you didn't have to spend any money on it. How long does it take you on the whole car? Depends on the car. Something like this, sides and rear, I would shoot for about 2 hours, start to finish, getting all the sides and the rear done. That's like a good, healthy timeline to be in. If it takes you 3, don't beat yourself up. If it takes you 4, like, a good job is a good job. Long term, you want to focus on going a little bit faster. That way you could start getting 3, 4 sides and rear cars done in a day, or, you know, hey, I got a set of doors. Sure, $120 starting for a set of doors. Like, that's quick, easy, in and out job. Something like that should take about a half hour. I wish everything was front doors all day long. Oh, and then you have these options here. I like your showroom. Thank you. So these are really good. Like, it's good to have display boards. That makes it easy to understand. Then you go, I have 3 different types of film. The better film that you go with helps block out more heat. And then I've got this heat box over here. So this is what I always show people. This is like my first TikTok video. Let me get it off the spinny plate. So this is a BTU meter. This is so you guys can see a number because you can't be here and feel it. So I turn this on, and the number is gonna, like, change all over the place. I can move it around, and I like to put it so it's a nice round number. All it means is 300. That means there's heat coming off of here right now. I can feel that heat. So I tell my customer, put your hand in front of there. You can feel that heat. The meter's at 300. Then when we go to carbon, that number drops in half. See? 300. Why is it moving? Oh, get off that spinny plate. Let's do this again. See? 300. Then we're going to move it 150. Then we're going to move it back. It's at 300. Then we're going to move it here. It's 150. And then when you go to ceramic, it drops down to like 75 with this ceramic. So now you can hardly feel any heat coming through there. So dual layer ceramic, it blocks out even more heat, but this is just a quick, easy demo. They're all 20%. They all look good. They all last a long time. The difference is in what you feel. The difference is in what you feel sitting there in your car. Yeah, you definitely need a heat box. Like, if you're running a tint shop, get a heat box. They are the #1 thing that you can get to help explain films. Because you can sit here, there's like TSER, IR, UV. They all block UV. They all come with lifetime warranties. The biggest difference is going to be, some people like to sum it up in the IR number and then debate TSER numbers. But essentially, the better the film, the more heat that it's going to block. So when you try and throw numbers on it, like, the average person doesn't have context for it. They just know that the sun is hot. So this is actually really comparable to sitting in your car on a hot day, and then the difference is just what you feel right there. And I really like the rotating ones, so then you don't have to take slides out and put them back down. It's just real quick and easy. Somebody can leave their hand there, switch it back and forth. So this one here, this one's carbon. So 20% carbon, just like you saw in that heat block, is going to block out about 50% of the heat right there. So didn't have to spend a lot extra, didn't have to get ceramic, and he's definitely got a good film option on it. Good stuff. What are good sizes for tint rolls? 36s and 24-inch rolls. Those are pretty good to start out with. How many BTUs does that heat gun put out? That's a good question. I've never put a thermometer on this. But it gets really hot, and it gets hot very quickly. It feels a little bit like a toy in comparison to like some more expensive heat guns, but the more expensive heat guns do not put out much more heat at all unless you get to the much more expensive heat guns. So anything from the $30 to $100 range is generally going to be the same. Honestly, 150. I've got these two puppies right here. So this one on the right with the mechanical dial, they look the same. This one with the mechanical dial was about $170. This is a better heat gun than the Wagner, but I can't shrink things significantly faster with this thing versus that. It's just a better quality heat gun. This one, the 2320, this is like a $300 heat gun. And this one genuinely puts out a lot more heat than either of those guns. So I can move much faster with one of these. The annoying part about it is it takes a little time to warm up to temperature. So it's, with the Wagner, I just turn it on, and within like a second or two, I'm going. With this thing, to get up to temperature, you want to let it sit for about like 20 to 30 seconds, really. Maybe quicker than that. Maybe it's like 10 to 15, but you just leave it on, let it warm up for a little bit, and then take it and shrink what you do, and then it'll shut off right away. Remember, I use a torch because I had no power since I was mobile. Torch is going to be the best. Torch is going to be the fastest by far. I've got a torch over here, actually. I need to go get some map gas, though, I found out, because I just bought... I don't need it to get hotter than propane, but somebody told me that map gas blows more air, too. So I noticed a lot of people using torches actually use the yellow bottles. So I need to do a comparison because I've never had a lot of luck doing the blue bottles. But it definitely gets hot. This blows a significant amount of gas or air, so it's got a good air movement, and it gets real hot, so you can go very fast with this. So if you know, a heat gun will be, a much better heat gun will be significantly more expensive. This is going to be cheaper, but this is going to be faster than anything else. But yeah, I don't want to confuse people too much, which is one reason I keep going back to the Wagner, just because it's like, it's such a good heat gun for the money. You don't need to go buy a $180, $300 heat gun. Those are like toys when you're making good money tinting. It's like, hey, what's that heat gun like? I'm curious, is it worth it? Like, that's when you start getting into like all the extra little toys and stuff. But for the most part, a full tool set, pretty much like everything that you need, tool-wise, $200 to $250 worth of tools, like honestly. Like if you want to have like everything in good quality. And then you got to figure out like your sprayer. So you can do even one of these little like $3 Zep bottle. A lot of guys actually still use these. Even though they've been tinting for years, it's just like they're like a spritzer bottle. If you want to go like crazy all out, these 3-gallon tint kegs are awesome. I'm a big fan of these. Ever since I got my hands on a keg, I was not using anything else. It's just spray on demand. So as soon as you pull the trigger, you just have spray there, so you're not constantly like pulling a trigger over and over and over and over and over and over. I used the poly pump bottles for a while too. That's before tint kegs were a thing. But those you constantly pump up too. Have you tried the other Wagners? Yes, I've bought all of them, and they didn't last any longer. If anything, they died quicker. So with the other Wagners, so these range from like, I don't know, like $30 now to $80. The more expensive Wagner heat guns, they don't get any hotter, not any way that you'd notice it. What they do is they add features. So this has two things, low and high. So for window tinting, we need a heat gun to get very hot, and we need it to blow a lot of air. So all those heat guns, we put them on high. Yeah, I was like super happy. I went out and I bought like the $80 Wagner, and then it broke within like 3 weeks. They're probably a little better now, but it didn't get any hotter. It was just a more expensive heat gun that died quickly. I dropped about 600 into tint, but this shrinking thing is kicking my ass. Go to my YouTube channel, Tint Studio, and watch the last couple of videos that I posted. That should help. Also, like the beginning of this live stream will be on YouTube, or the whole live stream will be. We just went over shrinking for that back window. Uh-oh. Looks like we ran out of batteries. Redundancy in your equipment is so important. Speaking of, what did you do before tinting? So I was going to high school, and then started tinting while I was in high school, like towards the end of high school. I got a job at my dad's auto accessories company, and I was learning detailing, which was very basic stuff because nobody was talking about ceramic coatings. Nobody was talking about paint corrections in my area or anything like that. So detailing was just cleaning cars. The most we would do is take like a pink polish to it, and that was about it. I watched that shrink mode where you heat the entire quarter before yet to try it. Oh, you should definitely try it. Let me know how it goes, too. All right, we'll sell you a tint keg. All right, hang on. My shop's 3,300 square feet. Yeah, it is a good size space. It was bigger than I was looking to get into. All right, hang on. Let me pop over to the desktop, and we're going to talk about a tint keg here for a minute. So these are tint kegs. This is just what I was using, and there are a lot of different options. Honestly, the easiest setup is probably similar to what it is right now. Plastic ball lock, that's fine. No inline filter, yeah, you don't need one. 25-foot hose length, I would bump it up to 30. Extra is better. 50 is just going to be too much. You don't need to like run around your entire shop doing it. But sprayer type, this is where I would switch this over to brass. The plastics are fine, but the plastic ones can break. So the brass ones, they're going to last forever. So it's worth the extra for that. Sprayer tip, I don't know they had plastic cone or plastic fan. I would do, since you're doing a brass sprayer, just go with like a brass cone sprayer. It's an adjustable end. And then wrap, I mean, I like my wrap, but they don't have that here. So like the OG Tint Keg Brown. Oh yeah, Tint Keg Brown. They should better explain it. But that's the tint keg here, like the keg barrel look. I really like that. Hose color, and that's up to you. Blue or green are probably going to be my favorite. I like the Flexilla green, but the thing is it gets dirty, and then the cool color is no longer cool anymore. The blue one lasts a little longer. They all get dirty, though. But yeah, that's the options that I would pick. Right there. Where's my... Are you a gamer? I used to play some games. I don't have as much time for it, but then the new Zelda game was just released. So I'm going to try and play that some. That is a game that I would, like the one before that, I played for hours. I played the whole series from like 64 on up. So it's one of those ones that I always like to play. But you can spend hours just wandering around, and I don't know if I have that time anymore. The kegs are cool. Yep. Very, very cool. You're welcome. Ever done a new Hyundai Sonata sunroof? I actually haven't, unfortunately, so I can't really give you any advice. Sunroofs are generally just annoying because you have to try and cut them out like exact. Some are easy, most are annoying. It's not that they're like hard to shrink and install, it's like cutting them just a perfect size is really annoying. Same here, I never got one because I didn't know what I needed. I've talked to them a lot. I know they're busy right now, but they should have a nice little video that kind of explains the differences between them. Or some better pictures. What shade are you putting on the sunroofs? My customer wants 5. I was thinking it will absorb too much heat, but it's... No, I wouldn't worry about heat with the sunroof. It's just tint them. It's like rumor mill. Everybody keeps saying like, "Oh, I heard they crack if you tint it." Like the back window's not. The back window is facing up. The sunroof is not getting any hotter than the back window or the windshield, and those are always fine. Nobody cares about those. So tinting them would be totally fine. Cracking is kind of a myth then. They would shatter because a lot of times they're not laminated. They're tempered. So, yeah, they shatter. On the front windshield, it can crack. No. We're talking about different things. If you put too much heat from a heat gun in one spot, yeah, you can crack a windshield. That's because you're like, it's getting one spot very, very hot. Just like you can burn paint on a door panel or the interior or something like that. Same rules apply there. But when it's tinted, the rumor is always that they crack or shatter or something. I have a group of like 65,000 people, and I have never seen anybody post a friggin' broken sunroof. But somehow there's these rumors that keep going on and on about it. It's crazy. So tint away. You're losing more money not tinting them than tinting them. So for shade, they generally are 20%. If they're the Tesla roof, they're going to be at 2% already, and they are. Let's see, the Tesla glass, the roofs specifically, if they're darker, they're 2%, and there's already a ceramic layer in there. So you really don't have to do anything to that, but your average sunroof is going to be 20%, and there's not going to be any type of heat prevention. So if they want it just to be darker, then yeah, do either a 20%, that would bring it down to 5, or you could do a 5% and bring it down to like 1 or 2%. That would be cool. I've heard someone say that they don't tint electric front vehicle windshields. Yeah, because there's definitely no electronics in this car at all. That's so dumb. It's the dumbest fucking thing. And it's not the dumbest thing that I've heard, but they are really dumb for taking that approach. An electric car has more electronics in it. And they're like, bullshit. Dude, do you know how many sensors and modules and shit like that you need to get a fucking gas motor working with? Stupid. Yes, you can always have issues with electric cars just as much as you can have electric issues with regular cars. Yeah, people are just missing out on money. It's sad. Very sad. Any tips on doing a really old F-150s with no dot matrix on the rear windshield? Give it back. Give it back to the customer. Old F-150s, shit like that. Clean them a lot. There is this little glue trick. So go to like a pharmacy, like a CVS or something, and what you can get is a little like oral syringe for like a child. And then you can get some Elmer's glue, and you put Elmer's glue into that syringe, just like feed it back into it. And then after you clean the seals and stuff really well, then you take that glue and put it around the edge. And then when you go to tint them, a lot of dirt is not going to run into your tint. That glue is going to help keep all that away. And it's also it's a light water glue. So once you clean it all up, it's gone. As far as the edges go, man, I think your best bet is getting some honestly, a small urethane or something, like a silicone caulking, and then just go leave a gap and go around the edge. Because when you're talking about that old stuff with nowhere to tuck the film or anything, you're better off just creating a little seal border. So tint the window, let it dry, and then border it off. There's some old school tricks with holding a card up to it and getting that cut really, really close. So you can do a good job cutting, but then you generally have to worry about the dirt. So the glue trick, or if you leave a little gap, then just seal up the edges with a caulking or something. That is a handy tip. That is not my trick either. I learned that from the Facebook groups, from old school people. And I was really happy when I saw that one. I still have to go get one of those syringes, but I just don't get very many old cars. And when I do, an older F-150, a new F-150, I'll just charge you standard pricing. Whatever you paid for this one, $290 or $350 for all the sides and the rear, $350 carbon. I'll charge the same thing for an F-150. But when you get into like the 90s F-150s, fuck all that. You get like old dirty seals, you have different window types, and they're generally just like falling apart in some way, shape, or form. Like the seals are deteriorating, like there's just things that are out of your control. The truck is just not in the greatest, it's not brand new. So then you're dealing with all the old stuff that is accumulated over time. That makes your job harder. So I would definitely charge a premium on that shit too. It's just going to take me like twice as long to do that versus a brand new F-150. Why are chargers so annoying to tint? It was really the back window. I don't know. That was like, the back window on the Charger was like, for a long time, I don't get them hardly at all anymore. I still see them, I just don't get them very much. The back window is like, that was the most annoying common back window to get. They're just very rounded. I don't know. Somebody at Dodge just didn't like us. Model Y is not that hard. No, it's not. Model Y, Model 3 isn't too bad either. It's really just the back window is going to be time consuming. The windshields and the side windows, they're all frameless. They're a little bit more rounded and a little bit taller. But yeah, Model 3s, Model Ys, those are very straightforward. Same thing with the Model S, straightforward. The only things are like Model X, you get into some weird back doors with the gull-wing doors, and you have the giant front windshield. '60 Beetles aren't bad. It's the 90s Beetle that suck. Yeah, the 90s Beetle went for that like super rounded style. So just like, yeah, with all of those, you'll run into stuff. Some are easy, straightforward. Some are not. So some classic cars, yeah, they're actually not hard at all. But more often than not, you run into something that is kind of in that realm of like, oh, this wasn't very taken care of. They don't want to pay very much for the job anyways. I just did a 2003 Camaro. I did it off stream. It took a decent part of the day, but I charged $800 for ceramic for everything with the windshield. So I just made it worth the time. Do you speak French? No. I only speak English. Overall, do you like window tinting, and what do you think is the best part? The things I really like about it is that it's generally fast turnaround. So when you're proficient at it, you can just do a fair amount of cars in a day, and you can make really good money doing it. Once you start making really good money tinting, the annoying part is that it is very tedious. Like, it's very repetitive. You're always kind of hustling around a car all day, every day. So that kind of stuff gets old. But the alternative is, you know, every job is going to get tedious and boring unless you actually figure out something to make it exciting. And that's where I get, like, antsy and creative. So that's where, like, the whole live stream, the whole channel, all that stuff, like, that's where it came from. So I like the variety now. I like being able to do a car, sometimes off stream and just focus on making the money and getting the car done and doing a good job. And then sometimes I like to bring it on stream and then do the whole thing. And then also we got to make time for video, because that's why everybody's here too, is like I do a lot of videos. So that all takes like a good half day to full day sometimes to shoot just one video. And I can't tint somebody's car and shoot the videos at the same time. If I do, it's like there's a really interesting thing that I can introduce like this. What I would have done was basically not talked about the roll downs or the back window, and I would have talked about those irritating quarter windows, all 4 of them, and the video would have mainly been focusing on that. Kind of like the Jetta. Like, there was a few annoying things about the Jetta that I was able to bring up. throw in some flat glass jobs to change it up. You're not getting me out of my cave. Flat glass is cool. Flat glass is definitely good money. How do you price a vehicle? I've been around this area with window tinting for a long time, so I kind of just know general pricing, so I kind of stayed in line with that. So I start at like $290 here. That's the sides and the rear. And I just kind of go up from there. Do you edit your videos? Yes, I do it all on my phone. Actually, we've like moved everything to like 100% on my phone. It's super efficient, and it's really good. Yeah, so all those shorts, what's really helpful is being able to, so what we'll do a lot of times is when we're filming a short video is I'll have an overall idea and a couple things that I want to get across in the video. And then I'll kind of do like a rough script of like some key points that I can, because you're trying to basically say like a lot in a really short window. So I'm trying to figure out like the main points of what I can say so people kind of understand what my point is. So whatever that be with like tinting a back window or something. So there's like a little bit of a setup, there's a little bit of like a frustration point, and then the things that you need to know. So what we'll do is we'll kind of just shoot each thing, and I'll drop it into the editor as we're shooting. So I'll be able to watch those clips back and polish them up and then know exactly what I need to say next. So that's how I can jump from like scene to scene and keep a coherent thought. Otherwise, I just completely lose it. So before I shoot the next clip, I often watch the clip before it back and then shoot the next thing. That's been really, really helpful. And so we do pretty much everything on my phone. And it just keeps everything like on the phone. It's so easy to then just take the clip, pop it into the editor, and just keep going. What's legal tint in Michigan? Legal tint is you can do anything on the front with a doctor's note. If you don't have a doctor's note, you can't do anything but the top 4 inches. If you want some colored films, let me know. Okay, we'll do. What's your favorite film to install, price, and quality? I mean, I'm always down for doing ceramic. Most expensive jobs with ceramic, but across the board, I mean, Pro Classic, we did C2 on this, and then Pro Nano. Those are the 3 films that install. I'm more than happy to do any of them. Matt's better than a Google search? That's actually true. You catch me live, I'm just here. Ask away. That's the whole point. I didn't know you were from Michigan. So my shop's in Sterling Heights. Grew up in like the Farmington area. Moved out to like West Bloomfield and Sterling Heights. Almost did an old Cutlass Supreme. Glad he didn't show up. Oh, I'd be happy too. I did the full windshield on a 1955 Chevy truck. Talk about rounded windshield. Oh, I don't know what year it was, but I've done one of those like super rounded front windshields. I don't miss it at all. That was not fun. What are your goals with your channel and or shop for the next 5 years? That was a tough question for me to answer, like even a couple years ago. The goal with the shop and the channel is just to continue in the direction that it is right now. So store is a big focus as far as like what things can we do to make the store easier to understand and what things can we bring in that are overall just helpful. I don't want to bring in every tool. I like selling what I use, And then so we were thinking pretty hard on like some nice alternatives that people actually use, you know, because felt cards are nice, but not everybody likes felt cards. Some people just like hard cards. So it's like finding some really, really good options in that category without being overwhelming. The other things are just keeping an eye out on videos and platforms. So I put a lot of time and effort into growing our Facebook group, which is a super cool community. Yeah, the TikTok, the YouTube channel, and I guess my Facebook profile now, which is just wild to me. They basically took all Facebook profiles and gave them followings. So I don't know, I just posting my same short videos on my Facebook profile. Matt GPT. I mean, that's essentially what what all of us are. Like an AI is just like a model that's trained on a learning set. So you can train an AI to respond like one particular person, like a group of people, like in a subject, or the entire internet. It's really, really interesting stuff. Have you ever thought about getting a social media agent that could really help you leverage your following to get creator links with brands? Here's the interesting thing, though. I am not really looking to work with more companies and stuff anymore. If anything, it's like going in the opposite direction. It's just how window film works. It's kind of annoying. So people want to use what I'm using. So if I were to just like feature a different film brand, it generally wouldn't work very well. Like for that company, if they're like, hey, we want to sponsor a video, we like what you're doing. I don't know how to really help them because there's this like culture that we've kind of developed around GeoShield, and they filling a really particular niche. And you're seeing the same thing with like high tech right now. They're just a really good company that's filling like a particular niche, and they're developing a community, and that's super cool to see. But then to have something like completely out of the blue, like, hey, this video is sponsored by, like, that shit doesn't really work as well. So unless it's something that isn't really talked about, doesn't really exist in any sort of popular sense, and then shine a light on that company, and it's like, oh, I didn't, like, that was with the protection film. That's what was really cool about it, too. He's the Rick Ross of tinting. What was the popular song from him back in like 2007? They're gonna have robots tinting one day. They already do. It's factory privacy glass. There's just laws in the way of doing more. I see what you're saying, and yeah, it comes off as disingenuous. I know, like, that's what's frustrating, is what YouTuber doesn't want to try and get more sponsors and stuff like that, but honestly, in terms of, like, them paying to get featured on the channel, and then you have to figure out, like, some, like, nice integration. There's a lot of, like, big YouTubers that have such a big following, and they're already going to make videos. So then they give those companies a little commercial spot, where on the other side of things, it's like, hey, we want you to like feature our film through a tutorial or something like that. I just don't think it's going to do very well. So the alternative, oh, look at that. The alternative is really just continuing to do what I'm doing and like teaching people with what I like to use, and then if you want it, you can buy it through the store, or you can, most of it's all stuff that you can find through other distributors, except like the unique stuff that I've brought to market too. Yeah, well, with the 10, damn, missed another one. Stupid work. Aw, I saw your comment too, by the way. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Sorry you missed it. Hanging out for a little bit. Where's your shop at? You can call the shop or go to the DetroitTintstudio.com and fill out a quote form, and we'll get back to you. The shop's in Sterling Heights. Every day I'm hustling. That one. I know you went over it already, but can you take your time running by the most important tools? You caught me at a good time, because if I can't answer it now, then I can't ever answer it. And it's really what you see me use in the videos. Handled squeegee. I like the hybrid blade. We also have a Blue Max blade too, but a good squeegee blade. So handle, squeegee blade, that's one. All right, let me answer this one and then we'll continue. Very iffy with the 10, thank you. I see your super chat wanted to show my thanks with more than words. You kick ass. I really appreciate all the information you put out. God bless, brother. Thank you. Thanks. I really appreciate. Thank you so much for the 10. You have a lot of good questions today too. I really appreciate all that. That's what makes these fun. Yeah, well, I'm not sure if I sent an email to the correct email address. Yeah, I don't know if I saw a YouTube comment. I didn't see an email though. Maybe I just haven't checked yet if you sent it within like the last day. Okay, but let's go over tinting tools really quick. So you're gonna want a main squeegee. So I like a little handled one. This right now is the Fusion Shorty and the hybrid. I have a basic squeegee handle on 313tint.com, or you can find the Fusion Shorty handle, this guy, at like Sun Distributing. You can find it at Tint Depot and a lot of other tint tool sites too. Hybrid squeegee blade, it's a really nice setup. So this is mostly for cleaning and installing the bulk of your film. For the edges, you're gonna want a little triangle type card. This is to swipe the sides. Tri-edges are gonna be the best. And I've been using Tri-Edge for so long that they actually, like, we had a collab. So these are Detroit Tint Studio green Tri-Edges. These are special edition ones. Honorable mentions too are the pinks and the blues. So Tri-Edge X, get one of those. You're gonna need a way to cut out the film. So this is the best knife that you're gonna be able to find, period. This is the red dot stainless steel knife. Reason it's awesome is because it's awesome. It's got a lot of clicks. It's very compact and it never fails. So really, really good knife. Also the blades are really, really solid in the knife. There's not a lot of wiggle room there. So they're really, really cool. Get one of those and then get stainless steel blades for it. So these are also by NT Cutter stainless steel blades. Then for tucking the film, we got green shanks. So this is what I use to pull back the seal. This is a quick, easy thing to put in my tool belt for that. And you pretty much have yourself a door window. When it comes to back windows, I like to use felt cards for shrinking. So we got these ones are actually made in the Detroit area by a local company. So we got Detroit Tint Studio style felt shrinking cards. I have extra stuff, but that's mostly it. I use like this tool belt here. This is an Avery Dennison tool belt. Really nice size, good amount of pockets. This thing does not go bad. So that's door windows, that's back windows. The only extra things are really like a heat gun, the big spatula bulldozer. That's something that I would definitely get. And then there's all the extras as far as like if you want to tape the side seals, that kind of stuff. So if we go to 313tint.com and then we pull up the browser. So that's a lot of what I have here. So these are like the latest things that came in, but if we just click on tools here, the glass aid for the back windows, shanks, felt cards, Tri-Edge X, Handle, squeegee blades. This little green one's good for quarter windows. The stainless steel knife, the blades. This is I use for top edges too, but you can still use a stainless steel if you want. Then you got the bulldozer, and you got like the tail fin and other stuff. So it's very simple. I use, what's that one? I'm always down for alternatives. I use the Vivid ergonomic knife with 60-degree blades. Okay, the only thing about, no, sorry, 60-degree. Yeah, 60. All the stainless steel ones are 60-degree. So we're the same on that. Yeah, is it this one? Here, let me pop this one up. Is it this guy? I know Vivid's like a... That's 30-degree. Oh, this one for the top edge? That looks different. I'm down. I'll buy one of those and try it. I'm always down for other options. So the only difference about the blades that I have, these ones are really thin carbon blades, and they're awesome for cutting top edge because they don't snag as much. But they're carbon, so you're not going to use this on the door windows, only on the top edge. But the 60-degree stainless steel blades, those I'll use all over the place. The Vivid knife looks like a vape. He uses the Ninja blade. Yeah, Marco dubbed it the Ninja blade. I'm sad I bought a new red dot knife, opened it, and I have no clue where it went. Yes, red dot knives are like pens. You will constantly lose them. It's funny how that works. I'll definitely order one of those. I'm curious. I always like interesting options. I would not have thought to get that one, but that's cool. I was using 30-degree blades for a while. They're real sharp, and they're nice blades for top edges. And then I found these thin ones, and I like these a little better than the 30s. So I wonder if I can put these like 50-degree or the thin carbon steel ones in that same holder. I will definitely order it. That's cool. How do you get consistent customers? Be good to the ones that you have. Focus on your website, your maps listings. So post pictures, and just make sure those social things are taken care of consistently, and then you'll get some natural traffic from all that. The more you hustle, the more business that you're going to get. It's just one of those things where there's people that are just generally looking. They're going to ask friends. And if they don't have any friends that went to anybody, then they're going to search the internet. And that's where they're going to find videos like this. They're going to find, local places on maps. That's where I find a lot of stuff is I either Apple Maps or I Google Maps it. With iPhone, I'm all Apple Maps now. I thought Google Maps was better. Apple Maps has picked up significantly. So it is a big priority to make sure that both listings look good. Is SolX Film a good brand? I've not heard of them. They sound maybe familiar, but I haven't heard of them. I use GeoShield. I'm a big fan of Geo. Thank you for the rose. Three best ways are to go to car shows and be brave. Yeah, that's actually something I don't do. Not because I think it's dumb or anything, but because I'm not brave. Yeah, I just don't go out of my way to car shows. But big opportunities there. When you're rubbing shoulders with people in your community, it's just a matter of like meeting people and then being comfortable. Because when people are like searching around, they just want to go to somewhere that they're going to feel comfortable with, and that's going to do a good job. So when they meet somebody and that's what they do, it's, oh yeah, he was a cool person. Met him at a car show. I'm going to take my car there. Very, very smart. Also, community groups, too, are a nice thing. So if you have local Facebook communities, just, like, being generally active in those things, not trying to just plug your business all the time, but be helpful, and then you might get opportunities for that. And then people, like, learn about you and, like, hey, I'm in the area. I took my car there. He was great. Like, just generally be helpful like that. Second is your personal network. Yep. I'd like to say I have a pretty poor personal network too. So most of what I relied on is like SEO, Google, and just generally existing and doing good business. So it gets busy, it gets slow. I'm not busy all the time, even though I've got a good sized channel and stuff. But honestly, like my main focus was videos. Roses are red, violets are blue. Matt is an amazing tinter, and now you can be too. But, what's the best brand? Do you stream at the same time? No. No, but I work typically from like 10:30 to about this time. If I have later appointments, I work later, but, you know, generally this time. So this is the only time that I'll be streaming. But not every day, even with my own shop. It's honestly hard. So that's one reason I schedule extra time for stuff like this too. Is because then I can spend time and actually stream. Because otherwise, it's near impossible to do both. How much is the front windshield protection tint? The average windshield on that is going to start at $500 to have that installed. It's really for very high-end cars or like EVs with expensive windshields, stuff like that. I see your name is Jeep Guy. It would be less expensive to do it on a Jeep, and I think it would be pretty helpful overall, yeah. Because I know Jeep windshields go through a lot of shit. But at the end of the day, it is a 4mm screen protector for your windshield, so over time it'll show some wear. And it's not a foolproof method either, but it is like one of the best solutions out there for that kind of thing. On my second Gorilla Glass as of right now. Oh, fuck. Yeah, Gorilla Glass is like way expensive, way more expensive too. Holy shit. Go to Matico.com, and try and find a dealer. There's also some other options like Clearplex. That is Clearplex. I'm trying to think of the other one. I'm trying to remember what the other name is, but there's a few other options out there. But Matico is the company that made the Clearplex stuff that you saw in the video. It's genuinely really, really durable stuff. So they'd be able to point you in the direction of a dealer, and then you would go to that local dealer that could install it. On a Jeep, the nice thing is that the glass is not very curved, and it's very flat. That's also probably why it breaks a lot. It's because it's vertical. It takes a lot of impacts. I buy from Matico. Oh, yeah? No way. Yeah, that Clearplex video that I did, that was Matico's Clearplex. That was a lot of fun to do. We shot BB guns at it. I think that's my best performing short video, too. That's wild to me. I can't believe that. I'm going to see how many views that did. How much fucking advertising that company got. I'm happy, but at the same time, I'm like, holy shit, it's at 12 million views on YouTube. Wild. 12 million views on YouTube. Let's see how much it did on. Where's us shooting? Oh, it stopped at like 5 million views on TikTok. Damn, YouTube's got staying power. That's the thing about YouTube that's crazy. TikTok's like a flash, but it does, like, TikTok's a lot of fun, but it's very like explosive growth, and then after it's shown a lot, then it kind of just, it'll sit and accumulate some views over time. YouTube can like, yep, 12 million views on that video. Nuts. They gotta come talk to me. They have no idea what they got. Holy I mean, they probably do. But, yeah, they don't. At the same time, there's no way that they do. Part of that was like a fun testing ground. Yeah, so it was basically like a... I had seen... so the other guy that was in that video, Marco, he's really, really cool dude. I've seen him posting some videos and stuff, and he's does training for companies and whatnot. Really, really nice guy. So if anything, I wanted him to come up here, and then we'll just have some fun with some films and whatnot, and that's exactly what we did. And then the goal of it, though, was like, okay, I want to try and make a really, really good video that we break a windshield to kind of demonstrate the product, and we kind of figured all that out. So, if anything, we had a lot of fun, and that company got so much attention from that fucking video. Oh, shit. I should have just charged them a flat-out fee and a percentage based on the amount of views that I got for it. Like, good God. That's like a little lottery ticket right there. But no, they paid to replace the windshields, and then I put 3 days of... we put 3 days worth of time into basically, like, that whole thing. Most leads in the company's history. Oh, damn. He's on my TikTok right now. I haven't followed up with you in a minute about it. Oh, that's crazy. There's a lot of people signing up with Clearplex now. Are you done? Yeah, this one's all set. He's going to be picking it up in probably about 30 minutes. "25 years ago, Medico made a metallic 2.5% that was almost impossible to shrink, and everybody wanted it." It kind of sounds like a few of the products that they had right now or recently. Their window film was it the Wincos? They have that film. The video on YouTube has 12 million views, and it's still got about 5 million views on TikTok. So in total, through those two platforms, I don't think it did very well on Facebook, though. But right now, it's up to like 17 million views. Why do you got to take your lunch so late? Yeah, it's nuts. I haven't checked it in a little while, so I remember it was getting up to like 10, and I was surprised. It's actually the most popular short that I have on the entire channel. Funny how that works. Forgot about YouTube. That's like my thing. Yeah, and that's the nice thing about shorts, is when you make one of those videos, you have Facebook, you have YouTube, you have Instagram, and you have TikTok to post it on. Where when I make just a normal sideways video, I pretty much can only post it on YouTube. I'm working here. Good stuff, though. I've been busy. Social media is definitely a full-time job. I know. The double-edged sword with that is when you have time, you can do social media, and then all of a sudden you don't have time anymore, and then you can't do it anymore unless you make it your full-time job. Because like, oh, it's slow, I'm gonna make some videos to stir up business. Oh, people like those videos. I'm too busy to make those videos now. It's tough. It was a good video. Oh man, we were stressed out. I'm so glad that Marco got to see that entire thing. Like, because the whole time, it's like, I don't know how this is going to do. We're kind of figuring out the shots as we go. And, like, I had a rough plan to it, but it was real, like, it all came together in the end in a few different, in a really, really good way. I made a step-by-step guide on how to do Clearplex. Nice. That's good. Did you post it as a video? Or is it like a paper? Is it the waterproof training paper? Which is actually really cool. Congrats. Thank you. Yeah, it was fun. It was very, very fun. It's a worksheet. Of course it is. But yeah, that was definitely a lot of fun. How do you even tell? I almost want to just have a phone call with whoever is in charge of Clearplex. What blew my mind was that Matt was doing all the editing as we were filming. I guess I could see that. To me, that's normal now. It's so easy. Because the hardest part for me is I don't have a video mapped out in my head. I have like some ideas on like what I want to do, but then I have to basically like try and simplify it in a way that I just from, is this the best angle to kind of show what we're doing? Does this make sense? So, and then what can I say to make this really, really easy to understand? So it's really easy to drown on, but it's a lot harder to kind of take a long sentence and make it really, really short without overthinking it and then forgetting like what was the point of the video in the first place. I gotta roll out. I enjoyed hanging out. But yeah, it was good to have you, man. I actually gotta hop off here too in a sec. I can set up that call. That'd be fun, I think. I don't know if I could replicate it again, because the thing is, once you do that one thing that is like, whoa, then you have to think of like the next whoa thing. But that's why I knew it would do well the first time, or at least had a good idea. I had a good idea it would do well. You know I didn't know. I was like, I don't know if this is going to do well. I hope it does. Hate showing up at the end. It would be nice if I was on a different timeline and then I could start streaming at like 7, 8 o'clock at night, because then I know like a lot less people would be working. But I actually have a work schedule too. Can you shoot me an email on my comment from the last video? I would have said yes right away, but I don't think there's an email address there. Hang on. I'm gonna just pull it up on the channel. Can you go to like the 313 or just Matt at DetroitTintStudio.com. Send an email there, and then I can reply. That'll actually be the easiest way. You have a life you don't. I know. It would be cool to run things that way, though. Like, seriously. For just the sheer numbers perspective and time. It's like saying open on a Saturday. If you stayed open from like 7 a.m. to like 12 o'clock on a Saturday and just kept going into Sunday too, that's where you're going to have the most amount of business. The film trainer with the oh, I missed it. Where's the fog? Okay. The fog is off right now. My son was supposed to be here, so I left it off. But thank you for the 5. I appreciate it. You would have got me otherwise. Yeah, well, I don't know how I missed the other one, too. I don't hear the notification. I got to sort that out still. I keep forgetting. So I don't hear any notifications when they go off. So I guess I just missed it. But the film trainer, thank you so much again for the 5. And yeah, well, thank you for the 5. Roger that. Thanks again. Do you work Sundays on your person? No, I don't work Sundays. If there's a little time to, like, if I have a video or something to edit or something like that, sometimes I'll get some of that done. But it's pretty much all home stuff. Most of what I do is from, like, just through normal working hours here. And then the social media stuff, so, like, keeping up with the group, answering questions there, that's like a 24/7 type of job. So I'm always popping in the group for stuff like that to keep an eye on, like, everything. That never ends. So there's always comments on YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, everywhere. And then the Facebook group is where the community is. So a lot of people talk and post questions and stuff. So, alrighty. So we're going to shout out some super chats, and then I'm going to hop off here. Where's the thing? Oh, that's the wrong thing. It's this one. Me dissing on Sun Distributing yesterday morning was not smart. Oh, was that your post in the group? Was that really? Was it, you know what hit me? Was it 2 separate orders that got shipped? And then so you got one box, but the other one was like, just got hung up as shipping or something? But anyways, big shout outs to Pino, DC, the film trainer. Thank you guys so much for the supers today. I really appreciate it. There should be more here, but it's update now. Huh, that's weird. Hang on one second. Hello, Tint Studio. How can I help you? Yeah, sure. What kind of car? An 03 Accent? Did you want to do everything with the windshield or without? With the windshield would start at $450. Without the windshield, it would be $290. Mm-hmm. Alrighty. Have a good one. Sponsors. Wow, they completely changed this. Oh, there's a new activity feed. That's why. Oh. Well, this is almost worse. This is not easy to understand. What the fuck? All right, I'm going to have to figure this out because they completely just changed all that. Viewer activity. Oh, are the super chats working? Oh, they're working on YouTube again. They weren't working on YouTube for the longest time. All right, big shout outs to the film trainer, DC Customs, Pino. Yeah, well, very iffy. The film trainer, and yeah, well, I appreciate ya very much. I called them, and they said it should have all been in the one box I got, but UPS screwed up. What? Oh, that's different. How did that happen? Did they open it? That actually is kind of a weird question, or a weird thing to have happen. They're good people, though. I will 100% vouch for Sun Distributing. They do not make mistakes intentionally, and they will 100% go above and beyond to make sure everything is good. So that, like, if stuff doesn't get delivered, they often would, like, overnight missing stuff, and that costs them more money to just get that shipped than it would normally take to just do it right the first time, right? So they're really, really good people out there. I like them a lot. They're actually local in this area. They're over in Waterford. They're about 30 minutes from me. So, dang, that always sucks. But I know they're going to take care of it for sure. Alrighty, but I'm going to hop off here, guys. Thank you for hanging out. Hope you have a good one. It was stuck in a distribution factory for a couple days. So I guess something happened. Dude, I've shipped some tint slip bottles, like some gallons, and whether it's USPS or UPS, or we put more an extensive amount of bubble wrap, or we put bigger boxes and shit. Oh my God, we've been having a fun time with those exploding while they're shipping. We're not shipping them air. They're just like, they're playing football with them. It's nuts. So yeah, unfortunately stuff happens with shipping that we can't control. But alrighty guys, I will see you later. Bye. Bye.